All right, hello everybody and welcome to the stream. I am Raw Zim and this is Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. I'm going to turn it over now to Markov for the recap.
Okie dokie. Alright. During the last session, let's see. If I recall, there was some people got their second mana abilities. I got mine. Markov got his. Element got his. I would swear.
Yes, he did.
Nim. If I recall, there was
surgery.
Oh, you did get a surgery done?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It didn't go well.
Oh no. Okay. Because I remember Nim had difficulty with his mana ability and how.
Yes, and now he's got a new one.
Okay. And I think that's all I can recall.
But I do declare, I believe that is good enough.
Alright.
With the addendum that Nim has put out some quests and moment, gather some ingredients for Silver's recovery at Elena's request. So materials are being gathered. In the meantime, Elena will be tending to Silver. And Nim, just post-surgery.
Okay. Did you change your microphone at all?
No.
Okay.
Your art
Is it better
sounded.
or worse?
It just sounds different. It's like, it's slightly off and it catches me off guard.
Yeah, you're
It's
sounding like.
slightly
You're sounding
garbly.
like. Yeah, you're sounding like a little bit like you're off in the distance.
Oh, how's this? Is this better?
No, he
Not
doesn't
really.
sound in the distance. He sounds garbly.
Also,
It's not-
Hector.
I am so
Hello.
sorry.
You're fine. Here, I might
Hey,
have a
Hooty's
solution
here.
for that. How's this?
Much better so far, but talk more.
Alright. Yep.
There's the DJ now.
Yes.
Yeah, it's summertime, so I had a fan on in my room, but it was at a distance to just, like, circulate air.
Wait, it's summer for you? How hot is it over there?
It's very warm.
It's hot enough.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Also, don't forget to update your icons, please.
I mean, unless Moriarty somehow is also part of the ensemble. Oh no, they found me. Oh no, they
Moriarty almost died, so he might have wakened his planeswalker spark.
That
Wait,
just
what?
seems canon.
I mean,
what? Wait, when did that happen?
Moriarty and Nim are both here, and Nim did not planeswalk Moriarty here. So I'll let you all put two and two together.
Okay.
Engage screaming.
Moriarty's my backup character if Cray dies before the BBEG fight.
Alright. I'm in.
Excellent.
Welcome.
Trying to make sure my headphones work.
How many people have you shot dead with that?
Guess I'll
You're
get
doing great.
normal Rallis up for right now.
Yep. So, where would Rowless have gone? Because Cray's house has now been empty for at least 2 days.
Well, first there was that opera that I had to simply attend, and then there was that, what was it? The fundraising dinner. Oh, stupid Boros, they always take for so long. And then there was that law meeting with the Azorius. They took 8 hours for procedural openings. Honestly, it takes the entire day just to do one thing with them.
That's how we do.
And no one even sends me a messenger. No, not even a spell. I'm sure one of them could have hired someone to send me a sending, but no.
You would
No.
think.
Children.
There's
Everyone, children.
you just now receive a letter.
Honestly. I will use my claws to open it.
The letter
It's
just
from
reads,
Cray.
"Ha ha, get wrecked."
Oof. However, there is also the mysterious reappearance of Raylo.
Oh
And he's
no.
offering no explanations to anybody. And he's
He never does.
never ever. So
Never,
things are just normal in Ravnica again.
The letter's from Cray.
Kerr,
Oh, yes.
Yes.
are you reading the letter?
Yes. I thought it said get wrecked.
No, it didn't.
That was
I know it was a joke. I was
Yeah.
waiting.
Yes.
I was waiting. I did say I was reading it.
Okay. It is dated for 2 days ago. The only reason it's probably being turned in now is because of,
A dinosaur.
mail delivery time.
A
That's what we have
dinosaur.
magic for.
Anyway,
Just muttering this under my
A
breath.
dinosaur.
can't help but feel that Cray did this on purpose
A
somehow. Anyways,
dinosaur.
man, that Marten is growly.
Yeah, that's an
Any-
angry Marten.
Angie.
Angry Marten.
I've heard Martin's bark, but anyways, before I get too off topic. The letter says, Aralis, we've taken care of some of your Orzhov associates regarding the
the depth for the
auction.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the auction.
The auction. Please see me for more details. Thanks. Cray. It's signed all cursive.
Cursive. Can't read.
Oh no, heavy size.
Yes. I need a zone of silence, please. Thank you. Those fuckers! What the fuck did they do? When I get my fucking hands on them, I'm going to fucking wring their necks, and I am going to strangle them and beat them within an inch of their lives. I don't care if I'm not that strong. I will find a fucking way. Spell goes
Oh.
down. Thank
Angry
you.
little hoot hoot.
Thank you, Jeeves. I feel so much better.
Glad you got that out of your system, little buddy.
I just imagine his servant casting the spell and him just thrashing around, pointing in the air, yelling angrily, and no sound coming out.
Yeah, you can see him, but it's completely muted.
Now, Hootie, there's only room for one of us to be the villain here.
Yes.
His name is Markov.
Sono silence is such a convenient spell.
Now, does this wonderful little note tell me where the fuck they are?
No, it would be return address would be Cray's house. like I said, the only reason he probably hasn't gotten it before was because Cray decided to use the cheapest mail possible.
On purpose.
Pay him. I will pay him 10 gold to ensure this never happens again. Otherwise, I'm strangling him within an inch of his life. Repeatedly. With a rusty pool noodle. I will find a way.
Wait, hold on, a
Find
rusty
a
pool
way.
noodle?
Yes.
What's a
How do
rusty
you-
pool noodle?
How do
Well,
you rust
you-
a pool noodle?
You
We'll
rust
find
noodle,
a
you get
way.
rust up, and then you put it on a pool noodle with excessive pressing, so that it doesn't come off very easily.
I mean, okay,
So
I'm
a
kind of glad I do.
rust-laced pool noodle.
You know, I'm
Yes.
glad I got my tetanus shot today.
Ooh, what coincidental timing.
Yeah, no, apparently I was overdue on a lot of shots today.
To the peasant's
Mark-
house, please, before I strangle them.
Markov is
Surely
it. He
they
gets
cannot
tetanus
get
shot.
any. No. I'm not going to finish that thought. Because if I finish that thought, someone is going to find out what happens when a lightning bolt hits their face!
Shocking.
I lost the calm, but the calm is back. Deep breathing exercises. Deep breathing exercises. Find your happy place. Why is
Deep
my happy
breathing.
place covered in blood?
Oh no. But see, isn't that what makes you happy though? Vengeance.
Peace, calm, tranquility. Peace, calm, tranquility.
There's a knocking on your door. Sir, the family wants to talk to you.
Of course. Yes, I am free. Did they send a note or messenger?
A messenger.
Yes, allow him in.
Greetings and good tidings, Rowless.
Indeed. What may I do the service of?
Well, some days ago, 2 sales representatives were sent to the address that is designated as Cray's,
Yes.
an associate of yours, we've come to understand, and in the time there, they've come across an interesting collection of information. One
Indeed.
stayed behind to continue gathering such information and the testimonies from those within who seemed to spearhead the raid on a recent acquisition and subsequent shutdown of our recently acquired assets. And such testified that you were the one to bring them.
A moment, please.
Also, one of them had been murdered upon leaving the premises by an unidentified creature and 2 canines.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes,
I'm
one
sorry,
of
what?
well, yes, one of the family's sales associates had been murdered upon leaving the premises by some of its residents.
How did they know that? Didn't that guy get shredded into like infinity?
You think that will stop us? We, in
Orzhov.
lore, the Orzhov run the ghosts. You kill anyone, we probably have their ghosts enslaved in debt to us.
Yeah, but that's the thing. How do you enslave a ghost when it's not in this plane anymore?
The plane of the dead is a plane. People go there when they die.
Yeah, the Ravnica is special because of the way it is. It draws any soul that tries to get out of it, that leaves it, back into an area of it called the Ghost Quarter. No one who dies can actually move on. It always pulls their soul back, to the point that Ravnica actually has its own district set aside specifically just for the dead.
Yes, which was very interesting once I learned that, and one of the traps set by how Orzhov insurance men can just walk around and it's fine.
Mm-hmm. A moment, please.
Of course.
I must take care of a quick matter of protocol here. Jeeves, Zone of silence, please.
Right away, sir.
Those fuckers! When I get my fucking claws on them, I am going to beat them within an inch of their life with a spoon, fork, and a rusty pool noodle. No, not even the rusty pool noodle. I will rip off a freaking toilet seat and beat them to death with it for this.
Shall I fetch your spiked bats, sir?
Spiked bat?
No. I think we are past the spiked bat at this point.
Oh, spiked bat, not spiked
Understood,
cat.
sir. Then the serrated cat of 9 tails, then?
No. Fetch the 9 angry cats.
Understood, sir. Leash or unleashed?
Peace,
Bagged.
calm, tranquility. Peace, calm, tranquility. Goes back. Apologies for that matter of decorum I had to take care of. Now, you said they killed one of our associates. I assume their ghost came back and reported this.
Yes, we have the ghost's testimony, as well as confirmed activation of their life insurance.
Yes, of course. Tell him my family will pay him a wear guild for his death, and see to it his comfort, of course, blah de blah de blah.
Understood, sir.
I will handle this matter personally. Alas, these associates of mine are difficult. But I am sure I can take care of them.
Of course, sir. And while a meeting has been requested, the date for it is in a week.
I'll be right back.
Of course. If my week cannot get any more complicated because of this. I see, indeed. I will ensure that I attend and we can resolve matters to a good enough scale.
Understood, sir.
I will go attend to my associates now so as to ensure that this matter does not happen again. Honestly, had I not been called away to attend to my duties, I would have been more than happy to ensure this wouldn't have happened. Alas, I had pressing deals with the other guilds that I had to deal with, and you know how the Azorius can be.
Business as usual, then.
Indeed. Frustrating to the extreme.
The things we must endure for the sake of the city.
Oh, please, for the sake of us. We're in company here.
A slight smile, twitches at the corner of their lips. It's like, oh, of course. It's so hard to take off my public face sometimes.
Oh, indeed, I quite understand. Alas, I deal with the public almost constantly.
The Celestia are quite tiresome as well.
Yes, all this talk of togetherness and working together for the greater good, when all they truly care about is their greater good. Damn us all to heck for their conformity.
Well, it seems that everyone is tied in some level of hypocrisy.
Indeed.
Anyway, good day.
Good day to you,
And
sir.
the messenger will excuse themselves.
Jeeves,
As Jeeves has brought the cats.
to the home, please. Oh, hello, Snookums. Hello, Fuffers. Hello, oh, yes. Hello, Evil Overlord number 2. And hello, Mr. Bigglesworth. Oh, hello, my sweet babies. We're going to possibly have new num-nums for you. Easy wee wee. Easy wee wee. Papa loves you very much.
Jeeves, Azorius trained cat herder.
Oh god, that almost made me
Under the employ of the Orzhov.
My
Yeah, oh.
sweet you boo babies.
Girl, you almost made me choke.
Well, I'll consider that a success.
I love my little snookums, and they love me. They are little murder balls. Yes, you are. You are little stabby tabbies. And I love you so much.
This is fantastic. Anyway,
Sorry about that.
Welcome
Oh,
back.
don't worry. They didn't push me hard enough to get the my little attack owls.
why do you do attack owls?
I have little attack owls.
Yes, I
They're
have little
cat-
attack owls, and they can sit crisscross applesauce.
Are they like wacky bombs or like little penguins?
No, they're
No,
actual owls.
Oh,
yes. They're little owls. They're super adorable and murderous death machines.
Brawless's little
And
helpers.
adorable. Yes. To Cray's house. I need to attend to business.
All right. I expect you take a carriage.
Oh, of course. Please, I'm not going to walk. That's for peasants.
Hey now.
Peasants.
I mean, are you really going to object, Marta? You
No. No.
okay? Then, upon arrival to Cray's house, there doesn't seem to be anyone. In fact, it doesn't look like there's been anyone for a bit now. However, I will ask for a perception check.
There's no one there.
As there is some mail left that has not been collected since yesterday. There's someone in the hammock.
Walking over to the hammock.
There is a black fox there.
Hello.
That seems to be lounging.
That ain't no Dragonborn.
He
May I
opens
help
one
you?
eye. Hmm? Oh,
May I help
sorry.
you?
Oh, I believe you're the one who's approached me. But I was just testing something, and I get it. I totally get it. These are pretty nice.
Where are the people who live in this home? My companions.
Oh, you're with them. Oh,
yes.
interesting. I hadn't heard any talk about you, but I guess that's fine. As the fox stands up. Rowless, make me an insight check. Uh-oh.
Oh no.
It's not good.
That's no.
Rallis is currently frustrated by his absolute anger at this group for not talking about him, and is currently steaming at the moment and going, I'm going to unleash the attack owls.
He's going to look you up and down. Ooh. An Orzhov. Let's
Indeed.
see. And something's gone wrong. And you have... Interesting. He's like looking you up and down, and you're realizing he's actually kind of tall, actually.
Yes, can I help you? Normally people buy me dinner before they look at me like this.
Except for Cray.
I mean, we have our own fun in our own way.
Well, you don't much like your group, do you?
I deal with them.
No, that's not who I mean. You aren't treated very well, are you?
I deal with it.
Interesting. Alright, I'm satisfied. Come on. And he's going to take your hand and start walking off.
I wish to
What is
inform
this?
you I have a distinct urge to throw a fireball at your face.
Oh, well, if it would make you feel better, by all means, try.
And anyone who gives me that response obviously can take it and or turn it back on me.
Now. I just think that there's something nice about you. Plus, you are a little familiar to me now. I was told about you by a certain skeleton of mine.
Oh, fuck all kinds of duck.
So, if you want to see them, by all means.
I'm not going to
Right,
be able to get
Mister?
away from you, am I?
I'll give you one chance. Then he's going to let go of your hand.
Fine, fine. I'll never live it down if I don't go and talk to them.
All right then. And he's going to walk back over to your carriage and sit inside with you as Jeeves is looking rather confused, and every cat is now on the opposite side of the carriage, just staring at him.
What is this fox wearing?
He's wearing an ensemble suit. He's
Climbs in, pets the kitties. It's okay, Schnookums. It's okay, Mr. Bigglesworth. It's okay, my sweet little evil overlord number 2. It's okay. Shh, shh.
Where is
What is
evil
it?
number? Where is
Daddy
evil?
want-
Sorry, I was gonna say where is evil overlord number 1?
Oh, that's Bob. He's right over there.
Ah,
But he likes to go by secret identity, so we don't call him evil overlord number 1.
fair enough.
But we instead we call him by his actual name.
So,
because
why
that
don't we begin
clearly
with
hides him better.
introductions? My name is Severin.
My name is Rallis.
So nice to meet you,
Indeed.
Mr. Karlov.
Yes. Well, we can't all choose our families.
Of course. However, I think we have what you need.
And that is...
Well, the ability to shake up those old fossils who are bearing down on you.
the catch. There's always fine print.
Well, I would like you to have a small bit of insight into yourself. And if you can pull it off, I'll give you my implicit support. If you can focus on the real problems.
As you wish.
Delightful. And he'll give the carriage man an address, and he seems to go a bit glassy-eyed for a moment and starts moving the carriage. All right, off we go. No turning back. Welcome to the family, sir. Jeeves. Sir? What are we doing?
Taking care of business. Do not worry about it, Jeeves.
Understood, sir. Concern.
He wasn't concerned before. Now he's concerned.
This is what concerns him.
That's never good when Rowless says that.
Let's see. What is this?
So, what do you truly want then?
You have a certain interest in every other guild from your own. You study them a lot, don't you?
Indeed, I take it as a personal matter of mine to know the 10 guilds better than they know themselves. Yes, even the Demir. Believe me, that was the hardest one.
Yes, but you want to be someone else, don't you?
I can be whoever I wish to be, whoever I choose to be. It's the matter of my family that makes it difficult.
Interesting. What if someone could sever that connection? Which way would you float, I wonder?
That's difficult to say.
Of
My
course.
personality, my life experiences, every single thing, every day of my life has shaped and established who I am, how I've had to be, what I have had to become. You don't just change that overnight.
Well, there's a certain potential I see in you. A very interesting potential that speaks to your character that I would like to see. Now, I don't know what you'll do in the future. I can only see what could happen. So, let's take a chance, why don't we? And pull a little diamond out of a mine that is having a pickaxe held very precariously over it. I don't want to see something so nice shattered so abruptly and uncaringly.
I suppose I don't really have a choice, though.
Don't worry, you're about to get one.
Joy.
As the carriage ride continues for several minutes before stopping in the Golgari district. We're here.
Let's go.
He's going to get out of the carriage in front of what looks like a mausoleum before opening the doors to reveal a wooden floor of all things. And a seemingly fairly well-maintained one as he stepped inside.
I would say I'm surprised, but that would be a lie. I honestly should have seen this coming.
So we could still turn around. It seems our carriage rider has recovered.
No, it's fine. Stay with the carriage, Jeeves. I will be back shortly.
Understood, sir.
Excellent, thank you. Lead the way.
And I'm pulling up the map one more time. Because welcome to the Hideout. Where is... There it is. And you are towards the...
Haru, we're getting a lot of background noise from you.
Oh, sorry.
Everyone's still there?
Yep, we're still here.
Okay.
I'm looking at the map.
I'm the map. I'm the map.
He's the map.
Zephyrin.
Can you show me where the Golgari hideout is?
Joke.
I mean...
Excelente.
Oh, I see what you're doing. So, welcome to our little abode. We'd prefer it if you not tell everyone, but even in such a case, we have measures.
Understandable. I know how to take a hint.
Just making sure. We've had other people in the past who were less socially graced.
Darling, I'm Orzov. We live and breathe this.
Not if they think there was a profit to make out of it.
Then they're idiots.
No, most certainly so.
Lead the way through.
Of course.
It is your home after all.
Well, then I believe for you, a meeting with Pluto once more should do just fine. Unless you'd like to speak with everyone else that you know so well.
Pluto first.
Look, there's the paladin.
I don't believe that, Nim would be there.
Would he not?
Wouldn't he still be at the lab?
He's been brought back for treatment.
Oh yeah, so they do.
However, I believe then he would be over here. Silver would be here. They're in resting time now.
Element, good to see you.
Oh,
Yes,
hey.
so nice. Come on, Element. If you want to talk, we can do it with Pluto. We're going to do something very important, you see.
Okay, I'll come over. There's nothing else for me to do at the moment, anyways.
It was so good to see you. Zevran, where the hell have you been? I've been enjoying a very nice hammock, thank you. So, how have things been here? They've been well, actually. Most people have awakened to their second stay. Who is that? Wait,
I believe we met once before.
you. What? Zevran, why? I thought he was nice.
I imagine at this point Markov bursts through the door and yells, "Did someone say hammock?"
Have you tried the one at Cray's house?
No,
Why,
he
yeah.
that is
doesn't.
exactly the one,
And that is-
actually.
He
I
doesn't
would just
burst
twitch.
through the wall, through the door. He bursts through the wall.
It
There's
does
an
that
outfit
effect.
there.
There's about a second of effect where you see the imprint of Markov before the wall bursts open.
I will allow it if Markov wishes to. After all, the word hammock was mentioned, and he is exceptionally sleep deprived at this point.
Yeah, that's right. He is sleep deprived. So yeah, let's go for that then. So which wall would he burst out of? The one over here?
Take your pick.
Over here would look.
Are the
wonderful.
walls actually so flimsy he can just burn?
No. However, he is charged on magic and adrenaline. So I'll say he slams into the wall, and you hear screaming from a distance. And someone say hammock!
Yeah, no, it's just hammock, and you just hear thud, 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 crash.
Excuse me. Collects him. There we go. Anyway.
Hammock.
So, wow, look at this gathering. Perhaps we should transition to a larger room. Oh, but I do love the closeness.
Hammock.
Yes, come. I've gotten your friend, and I enjoyed your hammock.
Is Markov actually in the room?
Yes.
He has been collected and brought into the room after slamming into a wall and just deliriously muttering about a hammock.
Hammock.
Elemi is gonna point at Markov. Eileen didn't tell you to go to sleep, did she?
Who and what?
How long have you been awake?
I'm afraid to tell you because you're gonna yell at me.
Tell me the truth.
Well, I better head off. You all have a wonderful day. Ha ha
Yeah.
ha 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 ha.
If you
Elemi-
try, make sure you get the finest hammock in all of
Elemi-
Ravnica.
Elemi is gonna grab Markov before he goes too far away.
Okay.
They such a nice group.
Markov, please tell me how long have you been awake?
What are you doing?
I said, tell me how long have you been awake?
Let's see. The last time you checked up on me was
As
24
you're saying
hours?
this, Element is just very calmly loading the cartridge of a shotgun shell into a shotgun.
I'm not gonna shoot him. I'm not going to shoot him.
I just
I
want to
just
talk
wanna
with him.
talk.
I
just
just
wanna
want to talk with him.
No, you notice it's now become a little pointier.
Yeah, I guess how long has Markov not been sleeping? Because the last time I checked was 24 hours. Unless,
It has probably gone to 30 hours at this point. It's probably
Whoa, let's go for the 48, baby! This is just Markov saying this out loud,
yes.
talking to himself.
Element blinks as Markov just yells that out loud. That out loud literally. Okay, Markov, that's it. You are going to sleep whether you like it or not.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Back to the resting room with you. Get back here.
Back here.
You little. Aren't they so nice? Anyway.
Element is gonna drag Markov to the bed, to the resting place.
Oh, is it time?
I
Oh,
suppose I
it's
should.
it's past time. That's right. I suppose coffee can't sustain you, can it? I suppose.
You can.
Eh,
Trust me.
no, it cannot. Coffee can only do so much.
Coffee can do a lot.
Like yes.
Progress.
Perhaps
Speaking
I
of
have.
progress. How
Coffee-
much progress have I made?
Coffee can.
You are 25% finished.
See, we got a whopping 5% since last time. Come on, let me continue this.
Markov, I no. If you don't go to the resting room by yourself, I will have to make you sleep.
Oh yeah, and how are you gonna do that? I am 6 foot and you're a little like 3 foot fox.
Element,
His vision is becoming distorted. I see. His vision is becoming distorted.
proceeds to use sleep breath on him.
Don't you fucking
You-
dare.
Kelso, I'm ready.
You're probably resisting this at a disadvantage if you're trying to resist at all.
Probably.
So roll me a con save with that disadvantage.
Will do. A con save?
Yes.
Damn, you dropped the
so
20.
close. He almost breathed it all in and said, "And what?" But then,
You
as
ass.
terribly unconscious.
You absolutely. Yeah, he just falls straight head first to the floor.
Slap. Enemy is gonna catch you before you actually hit your face in the floor.
Okay, good.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I am sorry, Marco, but you've been at this for way too long. Even the Izzet needs sleep.
Do you think when Markov snores, it's me, or
I made it the silliest one.
You sound like a trumpet. You sound like a trumpet.
Okay, I am taking him to one of the beds in the resting room.
Yes.
This one.
Thump. Just drop him onto the bed like a sack. Just...
It's
Okay.
over, Element. I have the high
Song.
No. Very incorrect. Also, what?
I have brought peace, justice to my new empire, Graham.
I like those. I like those guys. What a very interesting bunch we've brought in. Zevran, are you sure? I've not made a bad call yet. You called us the ensemble. I've made only one bad call so far. You didn't even discuss the name, you just proclaimed it. I thought it was thematically fitting. I didn't realize that only myself and Starling were interested in music at all. Of course, sir. Still, I believe that this person has great potential, and should we help them realize it, I believe that they'll be more, well, less restricted by their current situations. Understood, sir. Fantastic. I'll leave you to it. So, Hootie, I didn't expect to see you again in such circumstances.
Neither did I. I expected to see the others back at their home.
Well, they've spent an amount of time here instead. We're formally giving them our support.
Oh my.
Make it K.
So,
So I suppose if you're going to be one of them, then that means that by technicality you are with us as well.
I believe so.
Well then, let's get to your awakening then. Or would you like an explanation on how this works?
Which is easier?
Well, I wouldn't mind throwing you headfirst into it and seeing how you do.
Of course. Let's just do that then, because I'm sure entertaining you will make things easier in the long run.
Oh, bold. But I can respect the bravado. Then I'll be asking you to close your mind or close your eyes and focus, clear your mind, and so forth. Let's see how you do.
Come, open your heart.
This isn't a Kingdom Hearts game.
Open your heart. Darkness. Submit.
Produces a ritual knife, but then sets it on the table. Oop, I don't need that. Anyway.
I didn't realize I was at one of the Rakdos
It's I,
parties.
Ansem, the Seeker of Darkness.
Now, we're the ensemble, not the seekers. An equally terrible name, but whatever.
I think both are pretty cool.
Well, Zevran just kind of went ahead on that one instead of consulting anyone else, but once he said it, there was no turning back.
Fair enough.
You think Tanya would be in a group called the Ensemble? If she
Probably
could
not.
help it.
Probably not.
Or Greta.
So, what does this test entail?
Oh, it's not a test. It's a more self-reflection and seeing if you have as much potential as Zevran seems to believe you do.
Oh joy.
Oh boy.
As you feel the room suddenly gets denser, as something that reminds you very much of the council room seems to start filling the room. A strange feeling. Ray remains unaware. Well, no, actually, this is very dense, so the DC for this would be very low. Frey, it seems that one of the rooms is being filled with Orzhov mana. Black and white, and a lot of it. However, Graham's already awakened. So who's that?
Gray stands up and adjusts his hat. Ah, we have company. He starts walking out.
Digi,
Yes.
may I inquire as to why you're asking Cray who it is when you're the one that knows and Cray would have no reason in character to really know exactly who it is?
Because Cray rolled perception. So I'm answering his
literally
role.
I'm
He's
literally
doing
in
mana training, so
Yeah, I'm literally in training to detect and hide my own mana.
so as he has rolled his detection roll while doing mana sensitivity training, I figure like, oh, actually he would detect that. However, the roll was low, so he's only sensing the color. However, he is also one who could probably make these deductions.
Which room is it? I don't see. Oh, there he is.
Oh? Ah? I see we have a guest.
Knock knock.
Come on in.
Steppy.
Let me. Oh.
Hmm?
No, you talk first.
Prey gives Rallis a nice, wide smile. There you are. So nice of you to join us.
Indeed.
I presume you got my letter then?
Yes.
Very good. Well, don't mind me. And he sits in the corner and kind of just watches.
The room is packed with black and white mana. So close your eyes and clear your mind. Try to focus inwards if you can. Unless we have more company.
Yeah, Element actually saw Cray enter the room and he got curious, so he's going in as well.
Yep, Rallis is still there. It seems that Markov and Zevran are gone.
Hmm. Well, yeah, I know Markov is gone. I was the one
Yes.
that followed him. Okay, so well, where did the Black Fuzz that was here before went?
He's probably gone to his room. He's fairly lazy, all things considered, but he is our leader.
Oh, I see. So I see. Oh, Enemy is trying to think. Ah, yes, your name was Rowless, right?
Indeed. Ralph has his eyes closed and he's just deeply, deeply trying to meditate and focus.
Unfortunately, people are coming in and walking, talking at him.
Well, Enemy notices this and he basically shuts up, but he's kind of curious to see what's gonna happen, so he just stays there.
Luna finds the situation amusing. However, Rowless make a wisdom save. Whoop.
Wisdom.
Pepper knocked over a thing.
You feel yourself falling into some abyss.
Keep
and
focus.
as you descend further and further down, you land on something. It's a map.
If there's
It's a
a
map of
place you gotta
Ravnica.
go, I can get you there. I know I'm the map. Please tell me it starts singing that.
No.
Just chewy.
Slowly take in the sight, just looking at it.
It's a map of Ravnica, and it's got little flags on it, where each district is divided into, and the emblem. And then, where the Orzhov flag should be, is just a little picture of him.
Each little flag shows where Craig committed a crime against the Geneva Convention.
You can't see the map anymore. You can't.
Oh no.
There are too many.
I'm sorry, Pepper.
So what am I supposed to do here?
A little off topic. Does anybody want to see Pepper wearing a cone on her head?
The cone of shame.
Yeah, she
I
has the cone
would.
of shame. All right, here's the rare instance of me turning on
Joke.
my webcam.
Doggo.
It's a cat.
Oh, cat dog.
Kitty. Cat dog.
Even better.
Perfect. And now you are recorded on the stream for all to see.
Oh yeah, this is the one incident because like cat wearing cone.
I'm not
What?
actually sharing
How do you
it.
keep it on him? How do you keep...
Well, she has this ow, okay. She has this cloth thing that keeps her it from falling off. She wouldn't have worn it, but earlier today she was biting at her stitches. Cuz she just got surgery yesterday.
The cone of shame.
Mm-hmm. You should have seen it earlier. She was wearing a sweater, but she ripped that off as soon as she got home.
Oh,
It was. I loved the sweater. It was funny.
Markov,
Yeah. Don't say
can
it.
I give you? Can I give you a potentially backhanded comment?
Okay, what up?
You look cooler than your voice implies.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? Yeah, no, it's fucking crazy. My voice is cringe, but oh my gosh, looks. Alright. Alright, webcam's going off now. Bye!
I rate at
There
least
you go.
appearance 3, maybe 4.
Wait, what?
I gave him at least an appearance 3, maybe appearance 4 on
Out
the
of?
darkness scale.
Ah, I see.
Is this out of 5 or is this out of 10?
Out
World
of
of
10.
Darkness.
Oh, World
Ah.
of Darkness. Gotcha.
Kerr?
Oh, I don't know that I
Kerr?
don't know
Yes.
that terminology.
Yes, hun?
Huh?
Do I need to be jealous?
Oh, no, you do not.
Kerr?
You
Yes.
do need to be jealous.
I feel like I should be jealous.
You are a 5, dear.
Don't lie to me. I'm
Well,
fat
we
and
want
ugly.
them.
You are to me.
Okay, fine.
Zim, love is blind.
Oof.
Oh.
Ow.
I don't think that's what he wanted to hear.
Anyway.
I mean, that's not. I'm not. Fucking. That's not supposed to be an insult, but okay, everyone took it as one. Jeez.
Anybody else notice we also had another owl in the voice call?
I did not take it as an insult. Do we really
So
have
yeah,
another
what's-
owl?
This
Alright, sorry for pushing
So,
the game off track.
don't
You're good.
you worry about it. What
was
do you
worth.
do?
I'm curious about this dishwater.
Well, I guess we'll have to hope for a donation goal then.
Yeah.
Dishwasher.
Everywhere I go, dishwater. Anyway, what do you do with this map that only has the flags of the other guilds and a picture of you over the Orzhov?
What do you do?
So I'll go back towards the Orzhov.
Picking up the picture of yourself, there's a string that's still connected to it that seems to try to pull it back It's like a bungee cord.
Claw. Cut.
Are you sure?
Unbreakable.
But that is the picture asking you.
Yes.
If you break free, where can you go?
I can be whoever and whatever I want to be, whoever I want to choose. The Orzhov does not define who I am. I choose that. Only my choices dictate how my life go.
Then by all means, break the cord and I will offer you an accord.
I offer you a cord.
Slice.
A paper appears before you. I am who I wish to be, and you know the ability.
Also,
Would
did you? I
you-
sent, I
Yes.
sent you a thing on privately in Discord.
Yep. I'm for it. By all means. I am who I choose to be. You can change your color, and with it, your class.
Hmm.
That's pretty
Whoa.
damn powerful.
I may have been up for like 6 hours making 2 other character sheets for this.
Whoa. That is impressive.
Oh, I fucking love making characters. It wasn't a problem.
I'm glad that you're having fun.
It was more difficult choosing the correct classes for this than it was putting the character sheets together.
I'm glad that you're having fun.
Everything had to be perfect for this.
Perfect.
Everything had to fit.
Perfect.
However, there's a second paper that is alongside it. My strength is my own. Keep your current stats and use them for your other selves.
Yep.
So I will assume you say yes to both.
Yes.
The string is broken, and the whole map is yours. Where will you put yourself?
Nowhere. I'm not going to tie myself to any one guild. I want to serve all of Ravnica.
Your picture remains above the map. I look forward to seeing where you'll go.
The guilds separate everybody. They define an us and them, when really we're all people of one plane, one world.
Then look forward to seeing what you can do. Good day. And you feel something shove your head as you wake up back in the room, seemingly having passed out.
Son of... Ow!
Well,
Are you okay?
that is interesting. Pluto seems to be eyeing you closely. That is
Mm.
very interesting.
Cray is bird munching a piece of jerky.
What's interesting?
Yeah, I mean, he's just observing.
It's not quite duplication. No, that is something else. What did you get?
He's actually going to pause for a second. Maybe we should get everyone.
Alright. We can do that. Matter of fact, I believe you're also very good at talking, so perhaps this would be for the best. To the resting room, as it is so called.
Well, Markov, Nim, and Silver are out for the comment. I don't know, and I don't know where Graham is. So it's gonna have to be just us.
Markov's just curled up into a ball, holding his pillow like a teddy bear.
Rallis, Nim has wings on him.
He had his Red Bull.
With
I will
some
walk over
wings.
to check on him because I have wings too.
Yay!
Hello, sir.
Hey, Nim, you okay?
Oh, he's recovering from surgery, and his partner is not in good condition.
Right. Okay. Walks over, sits down. Talk.
Talk.
You, me. Let's go.
Who are you talking to?
Nim is just curling up tighter around Silver. Right now, nobody can see much of Silver except for maybe his snout.
Come on, Nim. I'm not going anywhere. Talk with me.
No,
Why?
it's better if I don't.
No, it's not. You can't close yourself off. That won't heal the pain you're feeling right now.
No, but it'll prevent me from causing more pain to others.
No, it won't. We are mortals. We make mistakes. We cause pain, we cause heartache, but we can also grow from it and get better from it. For every person that you hurt, you might help 9 other people. But because you don't do anything, you might not help anyone.
You gotta break a couple eggs to make an omelet.
You can't know how your choices are going to affect the world around you and the people that you are close to. You can only try to make the best choices you can with the information that you have. You are not some omniscient god who can know the exact results of every action that you take. You can only guess and hope for the best and to try to do the best. Sometimes you royally fuck up. Sometimes you royally screw up, and people you love most get themselves killed because of it. Either trying to clean up your mess and fix it, or saving you from the consequences of your own actions. It happens. It sucks horrifically, and it makes you want to never do anything again because you never want to cause that again. It makes you want to give up. I get that. I get that. You don't have to do that, though. You have all these people here who care about you. Who will stand with you through hell or high water. Yeah, you guys probably drive each other insane? From what I've seen, yes. Yes, you do. But what you guys have is real. You guys have a connection with each other. You care about each other. You will go to war against the entire world if it means protecting each other. That's a good thing.
I like how Relish has done a 180 from I'm going to murder everyone here to therapy time.
Rallis has his reasons that you guys are going to find out very, very soon.
Nah, Rallis is Ash bipolar, and we should all be afraid.
You're going to find out actually soon.
Yes.
Uh,
Yes, you will.
he has
Nim.
multiple personality disorder.
No, he doesn't.
Oh,
Nim,
there went that theory.
listen to me. What you're feeling right now, what you are going through right now, I can't hope to understand it because I'm not experiencing it right now. I can only understand what I have experienced in my life. But I can relate. I can understand maybe some of what you're going through based on what I've felt myself. And I know for a fact I wouldn't want anyone else to feel what I felt then. Alone. It is not your fault that any of this might have happened. It is not your fault that whatever you're blaming yourself for occurred. You do not need to cut yourself off from your friends, from the people who care about you and love you. Because they will stand with you, no matter what. Even if it kills them, they will fight to the end for you. Don't give up on them, and don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on all of the good that you can still do in this world, for all the people who are still in it. You made a vow, didn't you?
As you are talking, Nim has begun to softly growl.
You made a vow, didn't you, Nim?
You're talking about people around here that care about me. And where was Elemin when I was trying to get justice for my head being ripped off?
Lemming is right. Lemming is right there.
Hi, how's it going?
I feel like he.
Rallis is gonna lift his hands up towards the others. Like, just be quiet for right now, let him say what he's going to say. And just kind of nod to Nim.
Where has Graham been every step of the way? At least half this group has abandoned me. They've left me in my time of need. It'd be better if I weren't.
No. It's not. And Rallis is
Then
going
I
to
wouldn't
extend his
be-
hand.
Then I wouldn't be about to blow up the city every time I turn around and try to do something good.
Rallis is just going to reach out a hand to him. I won't leave you. I won't abandon you. I might get angry. I might get pissed off. I might yell and scream and howl. But I won't abandon you. And I will do whatever I can to keep you safe and protect you. Might I screw up? I'm mortal. I do that. It happens. But I will not abandon you. I promise you that. On my oath.
Now kiss.
No. Give a big old
And
smooch on the cheek.
I've
As
heard
as
about
Rallis as Rallis says that, he's going to stand up, his hand still out towards Rallis, as his other hand begins to glow with a bright white light, and over his entire body, pure, almost translucent crystals begin to form into glowing white armor. As the shield and sword of a paladin form with the crest of the Order of Redemption.
Oh.
Element blinks.
Order of Redemption? Excuse me?
Morales is gonna look over at Element. I told you I knew a thing or two about paladins.
This is curious.
Element crosses his arms. This is unexpected.
Before he looks back to Zim. I know.
Wait, Zim
what
is
it's
here?
like. Oh, sorry, to Nim. Guy, your name is very similar.
Yeah, I call him Nim all the time out of character.
Mm-hmm. I've
just
I've done that a couple of times.
let's
Here.
just look back at him.
It's the
It's
same
okay.
letter, just 90 degrees.
It's okay to feel the way you do. To feel angry, to feel betrayed, to feel hurt, and to want all of that to stop. To just want to leave and abandon everything. That's okay to feel that way. But it doesn't have to be that way. Things can start over. Things can get better. You don't have to be alone. I want to help you. I want to show you that it can keep going, that things can get better, that these friendships and bonds can become deeper and stronger than anything you've ever had before. It might hurt. Maybe it might fail. But it doesn't hurt to give it a try. And I give you my promise. I will not betray you. Please, give me a chance.
Well, if you don't betray me, then I'll just betray you. Seems to be the pattern.
Do you think betraying me will change my trust in you?
It's changed the others.
Hold on, when have you betrayed any of us?
I don't think you ever betrayed Markov. Wait,
And-
no, there's the kitchen. Never mind.
Rouse is going to touch his chest. As a redeemer, we believe that nobody is truly evil. That the events of the world and what they go through is what pushes them towards that path. And that it is our duty and our task that we take on willingly to accept that. It doesn't matter if you betray me. I don't care. Because I'll still be there for you. Because I trust you. And it doesn't matter if mistakes happen. I'll still be there for you. I promise.
Not if you're vaporized along with the rest of the city.
They can try. Bring it on.
That's what I've been told repeatedly that most of my actions are going to lead to.
Then we stop it.
It was really only the tree thing, and we've taken care
No,
of
it was
that.
also the Raylel thing.
Then we stop it. That's what heroes do. We save the world. Even if we sometimes cause it. That's what we do. We stand up, and if we make a mistake, we fix it. And if someone else is trying to cause problems and havoc, we fix it. Because that's the right thing to do.
Oh,
It's
and there
not
was
fair to
also
me.
the time that I went to many villages and burned them all down, killing every last person.
Do you feel
Hold on,
bad
when did
about
this
that?
happen?
Element blinks. What?
When did this happen?
When did this happen? They're both asking this.
Rallis is just going to kneel in front of him. Do you feel bad about that? Do you feel regret?
I don't even remember doing it.
Then, if you can't remember, how can I hold you accountable for the actions that happened then? All you can do right now is work to become better than who you used to be. Right now, you are not the same person that might have done that. Did you make a mistake in the past? Perhaps, but I don't know what you went through then. I don't know what the circumstances are. I cannot pass judgment on you for those mistakes or for those actions that you took. All I can do is be here to reach out a hand and try and help you now. because it isn't over for you. It doesn't matter that you made those mistakes in the past, that you may have hurt people. You can still strive to do better and help people today.
Nim is baring his fangs in a growl now, and he struggles to stand up, revealing silver underneath. This is what I did today. I did this.
And how do you feel?
Like it'd be better if I weren't here.
And that there tells me that you are not gone. Because true evil wouldn't care. True evil wouldn't give a shit about any innocent people that may have gotten hurt by their actions. But you do. You care about this person.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Sure it is. But it's not always the road we go down. And sometimes you can still turn around and walk the other way if you have someone who's there to help you. Sometimes that's all it takes. It's just someone to reach out a hand and offer you a few kind words, to not judge you, to believe that you can be better than who you are today. You are not alone. I'm not going to give up on you. And you shouldn't give up on yourself either.
I've not given up on myself. I just know what course I need to take.
No. That's not the right course. To give up, to run away, that's not the way. You have so much power. There's so much good that you can do for this world. And for the other worlds out there as well. You can
Before
do
or after I
things-
destroy them.
Rallis is going to pause before kind of getting up and walking over, kind of giving space. There's a thing that I can relate to that. I can understand how you feel with that, of possibly being a walking time bomb, of being something so terrible, so monstrous, that it should be destroyed almost on sight. And I can feel it inside of me. And as he says that, he is going to bend down and touch the ground, and from his hand a dark, oily black substance begins to come out, and it forms around him a circle with a jagged line through it.
Rallis, we already knew you were Orzhov.
And he falls through the circle and just vanishes into the oily substance.
But that one is new, though.
Hey, who is this guy? Is this the same person that invited us to the auction?
Yes, you don't remember him.
I do remember him, but this doesn't seem like the same person.
He does seem different.
Perhaps this is what Zevran saw in him.
And
Fascinating.
a moment later, a hand just shoots out of the oil. Each of its the end of each of its fingers ended in a very, very jagged looking claw. Its body looks red almost, like it almost has been skinned with white plates covering just about everything as it just pulls itself out of the oil. It still
Eh?
has the same shape, but where his face is, it's basically smooth except for where his beak opens and closes.
Enemy is now in his battle stance. His peer is out. What the heck?
Remember
Even
that
his
meme I posted of sweet man-made horrors beyond our comprehensions? I think, yeah, I don't regret posting that now.
and his wings look like they've basically been fused to like it's almost like porcelain plates that basically are riveted into his body.
Wow, it seems to be doing
Zevran?
some work.
What did you, Zevran? Why did you bring this out of him? Why did you bring him here if that was what was going to come out?
Greetings! Greetings, you poor heretics! Oh, it wounds my eye holes to look upon ye. But rejoice! Rejoice, for you stand in the presence of blessed perfection! Worry not, for I am here to ensure that each and every one of you can find perfection today.
Kill it! Kill it before it lays eggs!
You can't have that thing breed.
But worry not, I do not seek to cause any harm to you incomplete beings. I am merely the messenger, the divine messenger sent to show all of you poor wayward children the way.
Enemy is going to come close to you and cast remove curse on you. Because this is definitely a curse.
He's the flame over here.
No. I can feel your magic upon me, but you have nothing to fear, child. Nothing at all. I am the bringer of blessed perfection. I have come here with a message of joy and unity for all. You have nothing to fear. Your days of fear and pain and suffering are at an end, child. Rejoice!
Zevran just seems pleased with himself as Pluto is becoming more and more unsure about this. Like, you see? Isn't this good? Isn't awakening this good?
And Markov wake up.
Yes, he may.
And the
Wait,
angel
really?
said, "Be not afraid." And the farmers screamed and screamed and screamed and screamed.
Zevran just looks happy. Like, oh, good. This is here now.
I
Well, that
am a
was a
herald of the machine orthodoxy, the true religion of New Phyrexia, here
God.
to spread our gospel to you, children.
I knew it. I was thinking, it was like, is he pulling a Phyrexian oil? I knew it. It was Phyrexian. Ah!
well, that was
oil.
that was a waste. That was a waste of a third spell slot. Let me try remove. Let me try dispel magic.
Child, it is okay. I have been ordained.
He's fine. He's fine. I just strengthened what was already there. You see, I believe he had a little bit in him, as it stood. By accident or on purpose, who could say? I just needed to let him pull it out.
There's Phyrexian oil in Ravnica. Oh, we're fucked.
Not a
Ah,
lot. Not anymore.
No,
But
just a little drop can ruin an entire plane. That's what happened to Karn's plane.
and he's going to point at Hootie. It's only right there. And look, it's so much more pronounced now. Zevran, sir, this is not now. It's fine. Are you sure? Mostly.
Can you?
But
you-
if it's
can
not,
you-
I'll take responsibility for it.
Can you?
As he
can you-
just walks over and kneels next to Nim. Dear
Okay.
child,
Oh no! Please no! Hold on. No.
you
hold
have been hurt by this imperfect world.
Y-
You have been
no.
betrayed. You have
No,
been caused such
No.
devastation.
Please.
Ellie,
But it is,
No,
it
no,
is
no.
okay, child.
Let him be. Let him be. I think this will work.
I don't know what this is, but I don't think this is going to work. I mean, look at that thing. It looks terrifying.
I
We
think it's
of the
fun.
machine orthodoxy understand the doubts, the
Kill it before it
pains,
proliferates.
the nightmares that you have.
It's already got 3 tokens marked up. It's too late.
And we
Dear
offer
God.
to you blessed unity, so that you might never feel alone, that you may ever bask in perfection.
Ray, can I use my glaive on him?
I want to say yes, but the ensemble is strangely okay with this, so I really don't know.
No,
I don't
only
wanna touch
Severin
it.
seems cool with it. Pluto doesn't want anything to do with this, and Elena's looking very unsure. Like, Severin, are you sure about this? I'm pretty sure. Don't
Markov
worry,
taps
don't
4
worry.
white mana.
It's still Hootie in there. He's just making a point, I think. You think? I'm pretty sure.
He said he was a priest of what was it?
As he turns immediately upon hearing that, like, you can see if he could smile, he would be grinning ear to ear. Dear child, I am an angel of New Phyrexia, come to spread the gospel to you poor, uncompleted children, to show you the way to blessed unity and perfection. Though my eye holes wince upon seeing your
Ew.
incomplete forms, I know that within each and every one of you is a being begging for our blessed touch.
Okay, this
And I
sounds
am here
very
to ensure
evil.
that you are safe
Would-
and risen above
Would
this
any-
petty, weak
I-
life.
Markov
got-
tapped 4 white
okay,
mana and cast
okay,
Wrath of God.
Zevran, put it back. Put it back. Whatever you did, put it back. Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
Oh, alright.
He does raise his
Oh,
hands though.
alright.
Worry not. I am
Oh.
simply the messenger and a scout. I am to observe my findings and ensure proper information is dictated upon the arrival of the Great Ones.
I don't like. This sounds so heretical. I don't like being in the same room with this.
He's
Hello?
Severin is
What the
going to
fuck is
reach
that?
out and take his hands in his own and say, then watch to your heart's content, and may you even be impressed by what you witness.
For the record, I am bringing up a roughly what he looks like on screen,
That's what I think it is. It's not.
and I did share it in the Discord channel.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah. No. Fuck that. Fuck that.
Yeah,
Fuck this.
Yeah,
Fuck
yeah,
everything.
Remember how
Also-
this used to be a furry campaign?
Can I make an arcana? Can I make an arcana check to see if Elami knows of the angels of whatever that place is?
Yeah, no. The only one who is cool and even happy to see this is Severin. And like none of the other ensemble in this room are cool with this. Like
I would
even
like-
Eileen is like,
I would like to ask.
As he's shaking Severin's hand, his other hand suddenly lets go and grabs the other one. Yeah, no, we're not doing this. I let you out to talk and to make a point. You're going back in. But on perfection, you cannot deny it. You feel the same pain they do. Yeah, and I deal with it my own way now. Get the fuck back in there! As the armor cracks and just breaks off. And Hootie just falls on his rear panting. Son of a fucking bitch, he just doesn't shut up. He likes the sound of his own voice.
Severin claps his hands.
Oh.
Bravo! Bravo! You see, it was all perfectly fine.
Elami,
Don't say that word, please.
Elami is gonna
All
have
perfectly
his glaive like right next to Hoodie's face and just asking, explain this in 5 minutes or less. immediately, right
Can I
now.
use flashcards?
No.
Okay, this is gonna be complicated then. Okay, that
I
thing, that thing that it was,
Relish,
is
you need
what
to get exercised, and like now.
you can't get rid of them.
Or you let that thing in your house.
It's imagine this. Once it gets in you, it changes you. It makes you think things. Excuse me, believe things and see the world differently, and then they remake you, and if they're allowed to, they will remake the entire world to suit them.
Why did what? Ah,
Okay, how did this get in you, and how do we kill it?
and
I was a kid, I was stupid, I was me and a couple of my friends when we were little. This was before my sorcerer bloodline woke up. We were all training to be paladins. And we went into the Undercity. And they all died.
oh,
Oh,
Because
s-
I told us to go there.
So you're telling me
I-
the Golgari are doing something really fucking heretical?
It was an abandoned part of the Undercity. No one had been there for what looked like decades. I thought it would be a cool little adventure to go there.
oh, there's more. Did I miss a spot? Zevran, you may have missed a spot. Nuts.
What are you? Okay, hold on. First off, what the fuck are you two on about?
also, can I make an? Let me make an
Well,
attack.
Ravnica is a very interesting city. You see a lot of things from other places just adrift here. Ravnica is like a collection pile, so to say. Sometimes I see things that shouldn't be, so I thought I dealt with it. My mistake. Looks like maybe 2% of it slipped away.
That sounds like a very large percent of something that's being fucking this.
Cootie's just gonna chuckle. It doesn't stop. It doesn't give up. It doesn't know the meaning of the word surrender. It doesn't know love, emotion, feelings. It won't stop until it consumes everything. And then it will keep
Oh.
going to every other world until there's nothing
Dude.
left.
There's
If I-
no entropy.
I need to ask you. If I kill you, will it die with you?
It's the oil in me. It'll just spread if it can.
I see. Then you're safe then.
You need to throw him
Other-
into the sun.
No.
Wait, I know
You-
someone that can do that.
No. You'd need something like this, and Zevran presents his scythe. On that note, ruined part of the Undercity. Pluto, we're going on an expedition. Gather the others.
I don't feel any of the others. I don't think there are any other Phyrexians here yet. I think I'd be the first.
Oh,
We
you got
can-
what was left? Fantastic. Then it's fine. Then he's
We-
going to
we-
put his scythe away.
We can feel each other. We're tied together.
I really
that-
don't like this. This is.
It's not a hive mind, but we can feel each other.
There's nothing in the books
It's
about
a connection, a unity, as they have said.
God damn it! Is this
Markov's just gonna
is
go
this?
back to his happy place.
God damn-
You guys have fun.
this.
Elemi
Mark,
is
get back here. You have not slept nearly enough.
Wait,
Yeah,
what is
I
Element
had a
saying?
good 10 minutes of sleep.
Element has
That's
been
a-
trying to talk. Will you guys please let
sorry.
him do
Yes.
so?
Okay. What I was gonna say is, God damn it! Is this another planeswalking creature that we have to deal with? There's like 3 of them now.
I will say for it does mean what it says. To it, well, me, I guess, because it is kind of me. The part
I
of
don't-
me that craves being with people and togetherness and not feeling pain or suffering or any of that. It does believe what it says, that it is trying to offer a better way, and that to it, there's no reason to say no. To it, what it is offering truly is perfection and bliss.
We all know that whatever that thing is, it's just talking like a code, right?
Yeah, yeah, no, and it's probably the best of them, honestly.
Wait, there's worse than that?
Yeah, there's worse. Much worse. You don't want to meet some of the others. They're
I
far less nice.
I'm guessing you have.
Oh no, I just have the memories.
Oh.
As he kind of lifts a hand, and from his finger, just a single drop of black forms, but doesn't fall. It just sits there perfectly. Yeah, it's all in here. The memories, the everything. Part of it.
Throw it into the sun.
You know what I said, that when I said before that I was starting to get desensitized to all the craziness that's happening around us. I take it back. I am concerned once again.
Rallis is just kind of go lean over and just sit against the wall. Yeah, what you guys have been seeing before, enact, because that's how my family expects me to act. Haughty, full of myself, utterly disdainful of the common folk, of anyone who isn't a member of my family. And, well, anyone who goes against that, well, they didn't lead very long lives, let me tell you that.
Oh, too bad. I've kind of found that individual charming.
I did what I could to survive. I put myself first, because I wanted to live, and I wanted to live the way I wanted to live.
Well, you see, there is hope for this young lad. After all, he, in front of everyone else, put it away when it was so very much wanting to stay. All I had to do is strengthen his mana. Granted, it gave it a little bit of foothold and an option to come out, but Hootie is still the dominant.
It is me. It's a part of me.
Of
I
course,
can't very well cut it out any more than I could cut off my. No, we are not cutting off an arm.
How about two
I
arms?
wasn't going to suggest anything like that. I'm just suggesting
He's
that
looking at Cray and Ellerman when he says that.
I'm just suggesting that even though he is, in your eyes, damned, there are other options available to him, which is, I believe, the point he was trying to make before our precious Nim,
Who is talking right now?
Zevran, the
Zevran.
Black Box.
Okay, I thought he was out of the. I thought he was out of the room. Oh, never mind.
Rallis is going to look over at Nim and just kind of smile. I have a walking nuclear warhead that will corrupt the entire world, eat it alive, destroy every semblance of culture, life, and anything that isn't it. And not just for this world, but for the entire multiverse out there, if it gets a chance. Trust me. He gives like 2 little thumbs up with his feathered fingers. I understand what you're going through a little bit.
The difference is you have a control over it.
Control? Please, no. I'm just too damn fucking stubborn to give up that easy. I don't want to lose to it. Because what it's saying is nice, and gosh damn, I wish I could believe it.
What he's saying is not nice. Do not say it like that.
You haven't felt it. You don't understand what it's like.
I do not. I may not understand, but I can see what I can see with my own eyes when something is wrong, and that was definitely wrong.
He kind of just he kind of touches a hand to his chest a little bit and just kind of bows his head. You feel like you'll never be alone again. All of your doubts, all of your pain, all of your agony and nightmares, every single negative thought that you could ever have is gone. You know exactly who and what you are, your purpose, your drive, what you exist to do, and you know that you exist for a reason. You and every single other person with you. That you are serving something far greater than yourself, something almost divine, and you can feel that with every beat of your heart, with every thought, with every second. It feels you, and it feels complete.
Elamin closes his mouth and doesn't respond. You could notice that you basically left him speechless.
It isn't. I know what it's doing. I know that feeling is wrong, that it's controlling and forcing me to feel those things, that it's overriding who I am to make me better for its purposes. But it doesn't change the fact of how it feels. It takes away all the doubts and fear of life and gives you order and structure. It gives you a purpose. It takes away everything that brings you pain. But it also takes away everything that makes us human and mortal. I can feel that in it. Nim, you don't have to be a bomb. You can control yours too. Or you can let us trust you. And I'll be there for you if you'll be there for me. And hey, maybe we'll all end up ending in the entire multiverse. I mean, come on! That'd be pretty good to put on the resume. Has a nice ring to it. Ender of all life, non-Phyrexian life.
Elemi cannot help but laugh out loud at this.
What was your past employment?
I
I
mean, if you're gonna go out, taking the entire multiverse down with you, not many people can say they pulled that off to the gods. Let me tell you that.
I suppose.
already opened myself up.
What do you mean by that, Nim?
And what I got was Element nearly stabbing me. Nobody actually trusting me. Or helping. Or anything.
Wait, when
Just
did I?
yelling.
Wait, when did I stab you?
He said nearly.
No, when did I nearly stab you?
Over the tree. When you and Graham were threatening to attack Nim, and Raylel instead summoned the clone.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's how it went down. But I never actually attacked you. In fact, you sent a, what was that spell again? Was it a shatter or something? You were the one that attacked us over that. It doesn't matter though. That is the past. We can't keep looking back at the past with those with those, how should I say it? Look, you did wrong. I did wrong. We all messed up in our actions in the past. We don't have to keep letting us weigh us down. We can move forward and be better about it. Did you guys hear all that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just sent Digi something.
Yep.
Nim is just remaining
He
quiet.
may try.
that moment when you need to re-roll a new character because your last one got crippling depression?
I mean, I think Hootie did a great job.
I'm
You know,
not gonna
yes.
leave you, Nim. Maybe right now you feel this way. Maybe right now you feel like you just walk away. But it doesn't have to be that way. Things can start over. You can give it another try. We can give it another try. Together.
I guess we'll see when Silver's better.
And you see, children, this is why flesh is weak. You throw each other around. You do not find that unity that gives you... As he slaps himself. No!
No.
No!
No,
Get back
Ellie-
in there! You
No,
are not coming out!
let me also.
He needs the gospel! No!
Hey,
No!
Kirk, can I also slap him?
Yes!
Ellie
Who will
is-
allow this?
Elemi is also going to slap him.
I needed that,
You-
thank you.
You see, Pluto, everything is just fine. I don't believe you, sir.
Elman, you're needed up in the cabin. Get a hold of yourself. Get a hold of yourself.
Gray, can I test out my new hammer on the owl demon?
Yes.
Paladin me is basically me. We can basically coexist at the exact same time, no problem. The other me is... doesn't shut up. Believe
And
me, he's still going on and on and on in my head.
And then there's your facade when it comes to whatever you do with your family.
I can just imagine how perfect that will be once they embrace... God damn it! Get back in there! I will find a box and I will find a way to lock you up.
There has to be a way to deal with this thing, whatever it is. But if there is, I doubt it exists in Ravnica.
I'm thinking that right before Rallis dies, we put him in a box and then send that box into space.
Can I show Hootie my serrated hammer?
we can always ask Lelo to send him into the sun like he did with the tree.
I don't know if we want to send him to the sun even. I assume that would destroy it, but by the way he talks about it, it almost sounds like it wouldn't. So therefore, the best way is to contain it and have it in a nebulous space where no one will ever find it.
Rallis is gonna like walk over to the hammer and just kind of stroke it almost lovingly.
Oh dear lord, it's close. Hi.
It's
No,
a
he's
serrated
back.
hammer.
He's back in normal Hootie's form, but he's just like stroking it with reverence.
It's a serrated hammer.
I think I need to wash my hammer.
It's special.
We can make this better. We can improve it, give it perfection beyond imagining.
No touch.
We can make it smash harder.
Not a vibe.
By the way, just to let you guys know, the Phyrexian Hootie is an artificer. He's the armor artificer, so his armor is literally riveted into his flesh.
Oh, you're an armor one? I am an
Yeah.
artillery one.
Yeah, I'm in the Phyrexian version of him is an armorer. So it's like when he's looking at the hammer, it's like I could make this better.
I can already. Can you do a +2? Because I can do a +1.
I have to look.
Oh my god! The friction is talking normally. He
Right,
can communicate with Markov.
Craig hears smash and goes, "Let me smash."
But
Smash.
as he just kind of looks Markov over, why would you need this hammer if we just made adjustments? We can give you deployable hammers out of your forearms, and perhaps serrated blades out of the back of your arms.
Nah, I'll pass. I like my
Perhaps an
arms.
adjustment to the jaws, allowing you to break through steel. Yes, that could be done.
Oh, no thank you.
Small
Like,
turrets along the horns? It would be
Uh,
a fine killing device for the unclean. As he slaps himself again. Sorry, he slipped out there. He kind of really likes Markov and he wants to make him better.
What the hell are
can you go
turrets?
back to making contracts? Because I don't want augments.
What the hell are turrets?
Guns.
What's a gun?
What is a gun?
We have those here. Don't
Well,
we?
They shoot
no.
bolts of pure magic that
Oh,
anyone could use.
oh. I remember that woman using one of those, but those things are rare.
Yeah, no, we make them for breakfast.
I see.
Relis, I'm
And
going to have
we
to
build
ask
them
you...
into people. They build them into people. Sorry. He's close to the surface right now. I'm trying to push him back down.
Oh
I'm
wait,
going to have-
Relish. Well,
Hmm?
I'm sorry, Craig. Go on.
I'm going to have to ask you to get him under control, otherwise I'm not going to be inviting you for tea anymore.
Wait, can I bother Relish?
Hootie is going to freeze.
Can I see Relish for like maybe in 3, 4, 10 hours maybe?
For a moment, you see, you can almost imagine in his mind eye him grabbing the Phyrexian version of himself and body slamming him into the ground. It has been attended to, darling. Have your people call my people and we'll do lunch along with tea.
Ah, there's the Relis I know.
I'm not letting him get in the way of my tea.
Oh, by the way, some apologies. It's my understanding that one of the Orzhov did in fact die?
Yes, I heard about that. They're calling me in for a meeting. That reminds me, everyone, outside, I have a wonderful group for you all to meet.
Is it the Council of Ozdabet?
No. They are much fluffier and cuter.
Oh,
My
good.
little schnookums and babies.
Do they also turn into demons? Are you like the demon version of Power Rangers?
The demon? That's just normal Power Rangers, you idiot.
I mean, they've been asking for it, so I've been trying. Okay, I've been designing a special little artifact of mage armor that I can clip around their little waists, and all they have to do is meow and sync, and it can work.
Wait, so
They
they're
absolutely
cats?
love it.
So they're cats.
Yes, they're my little schnookums, my little babies. And their papa loves them very much and spoils them rotten and gets them anything they want.
Why did you bring your cats?
Because I've also trained them to murder and kill anything that I say. They're
What are
my
we-
sweet little assassin. They're my sweet little assassin babies, and Papa loves them all so much.
Did you
What are
actually
they-
did you actually respond to that to Craig in character?
Yes.
What are they here to kill?
Oh, and they're not here to kill. They're here to drive the fear of me into you all.
Cats.
Mhm.
You're
You know-
going to have to do better.
I didn't want to call a little Hootie.
What?
Little Hootie. He's who I call when I get very angry and upset.
Is that another thing inside of you that I really don't want to see?
No. He's the Simic created giant death owl that I had created for me.
Oh, so an owl bear.
No, worse.
Worse?
An owl
Worse.
octopus?
How upset would you be with me if I killed it?
I would hunt you to the ends of the earth and destroy you.
Okay, then don't sick it on me.
Don't make me.
I don't make you do anything.
My
Except
little
for
Hootie
keep
is my
that
baby,
fucking other
though.
thing back down.
My little Hootie is my sweet baby, though. He loves to eat interlopers and anyone who gets in our way, and sometimes witnesses if we need to, but he's just daddy's little boy. He is. I should get pictures sometimes. I can make pictures.
Like a painting?
Ah,
Yes, artificers can actually make pictures.
They can.
But yes,
Listen, I am sorry about the debt collectors. But they were trying to collect a debt
Sure.
that was invalid.
yeah, don't say that to an Orzhov. Believe me, we read the fine print. We are masters of the fine print.
Okay, so yeah, they may or may not have been tipped off that you arranged us to be there, and they may or may not have also been aware that we were there as a sting operation.
I don't like the silence.
I'm aware.
Okay, good. As long as you're aware for all of that, then you can prepare yourself for whatever needs killing.
It's also why I'm jacking you all to my meeting with me in a week.
No,
Yes.
I
I
did not
refu-
agree to this.
I refuse.
You're the ones who did this, which means you are my witnesses.
To be fair, he glances over to Nim, glances back, glances over to Nim, glances back. Not all of us are responsible. In fact, one of them, I think, is dead.
I honestly don't know how this went down. If I be honest, I didn't actually watch it. I didn't actually saw it. And Nick has been too upset to even talk about it.
Markov did hit one with a hammer.
Yeah, I did do that.
We did, but it didn't went past that. We stopped the aggression before it happened.
Yes, but I'm going to be having to deal with the consequences, and since I have to deal with the consequences, so do all of you.
Since when?
Is there
Oh,
any,
since, darling, I'm still Orzhov, at
Is-
least right now.
is there any way I could pay you for this?
No,
All right, then I suppose that we were the ones that got you in trouble.
also I want you there as a backup.
I'll show up.
No, I
But
also
if-
want you there as a backup for me.
Well,
Right.
if you want us there to kill people, presumably or solve, then I'm perfectly fine with it.
Because I worry one part of me is going to want to come out, and I wish to warn you that the way it creates new versions of itself is with dead bodies usually.
So what you're saying is never, ever, ever, under any circumstances, ever in the history of forever, let you near a dead body.
I would say that would be a safe estimate, yes.
So you don't get to go fighting with us?
In the Golgari district.
Oh.
Actively in the Golgari district.
We need to have you restrained, my buddy.
I'm okay. I am in control right now. I just wanted to warn you in case anything happened.
Which is the reason why I think we should restrain you.
Before we restrain him, can I have him help me build my portal?
No.
No!
As he immediately looks over, very focused. Portal, you say?
Portal, yeah, come on, let's go build portal.
Cray slaps Rallis. T!
Ah, thank you. I'm sorry. That the P word is like it's like a fucking drug to them.
And Element is gonna slap Markov. You idiot! I am sorry, but that is the
No.
worst idea you could have had. Did you not heard his entire spiel?
Yeah, but he's an artificer.
He's evil. He will use your portal to bring his death goal into Ravnica.
To be fair, he doesn't necessarily sound evil. More, he sounds like he's part of a race or type of beings that just does this as part of their nature. Either way, though, I don't want it.
Yes. Don't semantics me, Cray.
Semantics is what I do. I'm Missourius.
I understand that, but there's a limit to it.
Children, worry not. There is a very easy solution to all of this that you are not seeing.
Is this
Do
Rella
speak.
speaking or other Rella
All
speaking?
we have to do is complete Markov's portal, and all will be well.
Oh,
Is the
see,
o-
he said the P word.
Is the other Rallo speaking? Restrain him.
Slap.
Bredo,
Sorry.
we could use your unique talents. I'm making tea. You've been making tea for 2 hours now. One problem at a time, dear.
All right.
Rallis is gonna look over at Nim. Yeah, this is what I have to deal with now. I mean, it's not bad, but this is kind of why I want to make sure I'm with you guys too, because I don't know if I should be left alone.
You see, you're going to keep each other in check. And don't worry, if something untoward happens, just call me and I'll sort things out. I have a way of making sure things stay dead.
Can you teach us?
Unfortunately, no. That is my mana ability.
Oh, well,
Fascinating.
Yeah.
as it turns out, I know we can learn mana abilities.
Wait.
Well then, by all means. Should you have a spot open?
Tell me, is there a way to incorporate such thing? As he pauses and just like covers his mouth.
All right, you know what? I'm taking matters into my own hands, and I'm gonna step behind Rallis. I am going to step inside of him.
Oh God.
Shadow possession. Shadow.
Cray, no. Cray, no. You don't know what that thing can do while you're inside of him.
Oh dear.
As there is now another spare. You know you have advantage on that, right? You know you
Oh right, thank you, thank fuck.
I also want to point out that we do have a reroll available.
Natural
yes,
20!
we'll do it.
Alright, it's a contested saving throw, so I do need Rallis to do a wisdom saving throw as well.
Which one should I have roll?
Unless he's not resisting.
Well, whom would be resisting? If it's the other Rowless, then that one.
Yeah, I think Phyrexian Rallos is trying to come out a little bit. So this would be his. I'm seeing if he has any abilities right now that help with this. Nope, he does not. So just will save.
Yep,
just a
will
will
save.
Ooh, no. Cray wins a lot. He pushes it down. He pushes it.
Push.
Yeah, in his head, you would basically see what you saw in the real world when it came out originally.
Oh no, I'm not just going into his head, I'm like taking control of Rallis.
Ah.
And I will try to like root around in his head to see if I can't fuck shit up and help him push this down.
Oh, darling. Do you not see the holy union? You and I have become as one. Truly, this is a moment of blessed perfection for both you and I, for you to be able to experience what you could have in the future.
Whack.
Thunk. God, I thought he would never shut up.
Oh, but if you want to see it, by all means. Zevran produces his scythe again, puts it on the table now.
Cray just gives a nod to Rallis inside of his mind and then shoops back out.
He's gonna look over at at Cray, I'm bringing cookies. My home-baked recipe.
He smiles and gives a slight nod. You're very lucky I work well with Key. Keeping the body and mind in check is something I specialize in.
I'm still getting used to all this, and he doesn't let up.
Oh, don't worry. I think if he's ever becoming too much, I'll give him one whack as a warning.
Yeah, he's both terrified of you and he desperately is into you. I'm not sure which is scarier.
I
like
welcome
how-
both forms of attention.
I like how Starpaw and Chet is like Deadpool moment, and no, this is just something my character can do.
Mana's wild. So, I believe you could possibly incorporate versions of something like this, if you so choose. But this is a very dangerous ability. Are you sure? A reminder, Zevran's weapon was revealed to damage maximum HP.
Ouch. Wait, when did we learn that?
When Nim analyzed his weapons.
Oh, okay.
I forget which spell it was. However, should someone pool all their abilities into a singular weapon, that weapon would become a monstrous thing.
Monster.
So yes, when I kill things, they stay dead pretty good, no matter what other people may want.
Very good.
In fact, most skirmishes with me are ill-advised, and thus people tend to avoid me, which means I win by default. After all, who wants to win in a fight against me when they're barely alive for the rest of forever?
That doesn't sound very fun. I
No.
wish to learn how to do this.
It's excellent deterrence, and I would be happy to teach. As long as it doesn't fall in the hands of the other, you.
Understandable.
But that also allows me to kill things that are generally more stubborn. After things have no life in them anymore, they can't really regenerate. There's nothing
To
left.
regenerate.
Yes, indeed.
Also, just for a little thing, I shared a little something in the Guild Tales D&D. If you guys want to hear Phyrexian spoken and its written language, just click on the little video.
Jesus.
That's what I think it is. Is it the tree? Oh, yeah.
They're horribly wonderful.
My old EDH deck ran a Phyrexian as a commander. Atraxa.
I love the Phyrexians. I absolutely adore them, and I know everything about them.
And I have allowed it, and I have allowed one in the game. In Uni.
I mean, you let Jaffer have a pseudo. What were they called?
Sliver.
Effectively a sliver.
Sliver. Yeah, they're definitely not a sliver, so might as well.
We've had
Indeed.
slivers and Eldrazi Phyrexians.
And what do you know about that? It's scared of me. How pleasant.
Coming soon, Cray becomes HP Lovecraft and summons the Eldrazi.
Oh, don't worry, I can deal with them too. Sir, please. We have so few members. Well, I mean, now we do. Yes, sir. Why might that be? looks away. So, tea, sir.
Which one of these guys was like the ringleader again?
Zevran, the one with the scythe.
Okay.
And he might be a little off from your encounters with him, seeing as how he has willingly brought that thing out of Hootie. Or at least given it the potential to speak.
Put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
Oh, no, it's fine, it's fine. Look, Hootie's got it.
Everything's fine, children. Rejoice. Ye
According-
wayward children shall learn of perfection, and you will understand that this is the most
Morales.
is slap. Sorry, I was
Nim.
thinking about my puppies.
Nim, would you be alright if I perhaps took you and Silver to another room? It's getting noisy in here. It's getting...
Nim will shrug.
Now, Hootie, I believe you've strayed from your original point. Would you perhaps continue your conversation with Nim, or has it reached its conclusion?
I'm going to go check on the tea.
He's going to kind of pause and take a deep breath.
Can Markov come look at tea?
Yes,
Not
he
much.
may.
Whoa.
I can do. There's only so much that I suppose I can do.
Yes.
I can reach out. I can try and offer a different way. But it's up to him to make the choice to try to accept it. I can't make that choice for him. No matter how much I might want to, it has to be his decision or it's meaningless. You see him clamp his beak shut for a second as though something else wants to come out before he shakes his head. And I will accept his decision, even if I don't agree with it. But I believe in him.
I believe in him too.
Right now, I just want Silver better.
He will get better, I'm sure.
One second. Digi, I'm sending you something.
Okay.
What, is Nim a fairy now? Do we need everybody in the chat to say they believe in Nim too?
Believe in Nim.
Believe in
I
him.
believe in you, Nim.
I don't believe in you, Nim. Perishes instantly.
Oh my god. I'm having a good time.
Silver is missing a lot of important muscles. They were removed during surgery to help prevent losses on Nim. So it is more or less a requiring of very precise regrowth. That will be what is required for Silver. And it will have to be delicately done.
I have medicine. But yes. And I guess we wait till Silver recovers. I suppose.
I would like to point out that we have been given a token redemption for a restoration.
Unfortunately, not quite. That heals the party. This is
Looks
a bit
like
more.
Jake
To check
can't
to see
fix
if I can
that.
use my healing spells to help.
Marty, there's already a plan underway.
We're gonna need a lot of cure light wounds to fix this.
No, that is going to Nim. Because he is also still recovering post-surgery, and
Oh.
technically those wounds are still open.
Could
Ow.
I heal Nim then?
You may. And it will assist him, because even Cray, with tons of healing spells applied to him, still had to recover after 3 days. Or still had to recover for 3 days after he gained his ability to fly.
So Rallis has prepared. He has his lay on hands that he can use, and
do that.
Hmm?
Elemi can also do that.
yep. So I
Yes,
can
it is a
heal.
paladin thing.
I can heal 45 hit points with that, and I have cure light wounds prepared, or cure wounds prepared, as well as lesser restoration ready as well.
Oh, I can use cure light wounds too.
Everybody is helping him.
As well as aura of vitality, which I can use to heal as well.
Yes, good. Engage in bonding moments.
Ray's helping by making tea.
Greta's having some difficulty. She's making good tea, but she wants really good tea.
Is there caffeine in the tea?
No, she is currently trying a cinnamon milk tea.
Okay, that really
I
does
mean-
sound good.
Technically, tea kind of just naturally has caffeine in it.
It does.
Yeah, actually.
Huh.
Hootie would let his crystal armor form over him and move over to Nim, and just kind of offer a hand to him, basically seeking permission to touch him.
Hodge.
May I?
Engage.
Nim isn't going to give a response one way or another.
Ah.
And
Hey.
he will put a hand on Nim gently as his hands begin to flare with holy lights, and he begins to heal and restore him.
Hey, Cody. Hey, Relish. I can help you. I can help you with that if you don't mind.
And by all means.
Elemi gotta put his hand up, like right next to where you put yours. He's gonna use his own lay hands on him.
I have no idea how effective this is, but
We can both restore 45 HP.
Yeah.
well, yeah, but I don't know how
DM?
effective it actually is.
Mr. Dungeon Master.
Yes.
Huh, huh.
Oh.
And Nim, for today, can seemingly walk around comfortably. Unless something aggravates the stitches.
We have to put a cone on him.
No. Probably. The stitches are on his back, so good luck with that.
Do you want some food?
I'm alright, thank you.
You need to keep up your strength if you're going to help Silver.
I can't do anything to help him right now except to wait anyways.
Then we eat, keep your strength up, so if anything does happen, or if he gets better or wakes up, you'll be there for him.
Exactly. You know, Silver was the one. Silver was the one that that went over to the doctor when things were wrong with your surgery. He did this for you. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't want you to just mourn him this way. He'll get better, I'm sure.
He didn't even get the wings that he was supposed to get.
Then I can give him wings.
Everyone just like, no.
I'm
No.
in control.
Nim, don't worry, I can save you. All you have to do is accept so into your heart and really mean it.
No,
Alright, so I saved him, but not in the way you really wanted.
No, I can give him wings. I can control it for this. I promise. For him.
Nim already has wings.
Or for
unless
silver.
you mean silver.
I mean silver.
You know, I can't. You know, I can't really trust you to do this, right? I understand. I understand how you're feeling right now, but that is too dangerous.
I can control him. It's part of me. If I just try to keep pushing it away and driving it away, it's going to drive me insane. And it will break out. I have to accept it. But I can control it and channel it in ways that can help others.
Well, I suppose I suppose that's not the wrong way to look at things. I can't really say I understand truly how it must feel to have that thing inside of you.
It's the part that will never go away. It's always going to be there. It's always going to be wanting to take control. But
So you
I
had
control.
so you had to be the one that's in control.
It's still my choice what happens. Even if it tries to take over, it's still a part of me. Which means, on some level, I have to face it eventually. If I try to ignore it, I'm trying to ignore a part of me. And that will never go well.
You're not wrong. If you ignore problems, they will eventually rear their ugly heads.
Would you like me to try to make Silver some wings? Not surgery, but I could do something that would be almost as good, I think, or perhaps even better.
He could make something perfect.
I do not want that unnatural thing. He would not want that.
Why don't we let Silver recover before we offer gifts?
You'll nod.
But they're perfect.
Perfection is such an interesting concept, but I'll not get into that philosophy just yet.
I'm in the other room, so I'm not saying this in character.
Don't worry. Markov, we wish to give you perfection.
I'm also in the other room helping with tea.
I know.
You're probably drinking all the teas that Greta has deemed not good enough.
Oh yeah,
Boy,
no, I like that idea.
I just imagine Markov has an unhinged jaw and is just going, oh,
It's like, wow, there's a table full of cups of milk, cinnamon milk tea. Don't
He
mind
just
if I
downs the
do.
whole cup
No.
too.
Or- Markov, no. I'm interested in this.
Interested in the cup or interested in me eating the cup?
The latter.
Oh.
Did you know that alligators can digest nails?
What?
They can just like metal nails.
Huh.
Their stomachs are crazy.
Yeah. I think it was alligators anyways. Let me double check that.
Yeah, no, I'm curious now.
Anyway, Nim, you're getting a Marten call.
Yeah, crocodiles are capable of swallowing and digesting steel nails and even pieces of pots, glass, and pans. So if Markov works any way like a crocodile does, he could actually probably just eat the entire cup and be fine.
Oi, those are my things. Only I eat them.
Steel. My
Greta,
favorite.
Fun fact: Greta does actually just eat inanimate things.
She,
Also.
Nim will answer.
All right. On the other end is the receptionist to the guild and mole master.
Anybody else here
All
might
right.
go along?
So good news. Some of the ingredients have been located, but not quite retrieved just yet. Now, I know you wanted to put a rush on this, but should we raise the reward even more to incite people to get these ASAP, like extreme priority missions? Limited or emergency event missions?
Just give me the locations. I can go get them.
Are you sure? Just earlier today, I was told that you were collapsed in front of the lizard stand. Or the lizard cart.
It's the least I can do.
I'll just take that as a yes. Be well, Guildmaster.
Thank you. And he will, assuming she gives him the locations, he'll hang up.
She seems more inclined to raising the reward for the missions. After all, you're not in much state for it. That she is aware of.
I mean, he's definitely not, but he's going to try.
Sir, there is one of the ingredients is found in a swamp that is the domain of a black dragon. Are you sure?
Very curious on what Cray is singing.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Well, shit.
Hope you enjoy your singing.
I love how there's just
mean,
a conversation
it's a bard.
going on in the chat.
Yeah, crazy helping Greta get the tea just right. She has in mind the perfect milk tea, or cinnamon milk tea, but it's just a little too potent or a little too weak. It's so hard to get it just right.
You can do RP while you RP with 2 types of RP.
Yes.
3 kinds of RP.
Meanwhile, Markov is downing and has probably gained 2 pounds of weight in sheer milk tea.
Milk tea.
Mm.
And mugs.
I think this calls for a nap.
Collapses.
Yeah, so you see that little like that sack right there next
Yes.
to Markov? That's where he's gonna take a nap. Right on top of that.
Well, that happened. Eileen, he's yours. Or Elena, he's yours. Understood, sir. Understood.
Hey, are you strong enough that you can pick him up by his tail and then fling him around?
Actually,
Oh no!
why?
I'm gonna beat this motherfucker with this motherfucker.
I am maybe. Greta would be an absolutely. Zevran, do you think you could? No, I'm absolutely certain he would puke.
Yes, but
You're-
maybe that's for the best. Maybe he needs to learn not to eat so much.
Was the last time okay, not the last time. But was there ever a time before Markov ate something ridiculously large? Like a meal?
I
his kitchen.
believe there was at Res Dorta Sonata.
The what?
The Res Dorta Sonata, when there was the feast happening there, I believe Markov also
Oh,
gorged
yeah.
himself.
There was that. And there was also the door.
The
Oh,
door?
shit. Yeah. Door cookie. Or door waffle.
Oh yeah.
The door to Raylel's office that turned out to be a giant cookie.
It was a wafer. It was a door wafer.
It was a door
Yes.
wafer, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Look at me and my random useless trivia.
Well, you remember enough. You remember the highlights. His door was edible.
Specifically a wafer, though. I specifically remember that. That is a
correct.
detail that is engraved in my brain for some reason. That takes up space somewhere in my brain. All you fuckers put it there.
Haha, the shit we do lives rent free in Cray's head.
It does, though. And there's nothing he can do about it, and it's your fault.
Man, if my entire experience with life is me on my deathbed remembering my life, this is going to exist forever from my perspective. So fuck you.
I'll remember how it happened. Damn it.
I mean,
He's gonna be at his deathbed and he's gonna tell his kids about I used to play D&D on Discord, and there was a wafer door. Blah.
You know, the best part is
immediately perishes afterwards.
you can go watch it over on the YouTubes.
They got taken down, Grandpa. No, beep.
Listen, kids, there's something really important. These are my last words. Go to ZGF Gaming on YouTube and look up the Guild Tails D&D playlist.
You'll see what life was like in my time, back when Harambe was still alive.
Back when Harambe was funny.
And they just look at each other like, what's Harambe?
I mean, yes, obviously that's what they would do.
Do you think, legitimately, just like a tangential question, do you think, 20 to 30 years from now,
Yes.
history textbooks will have fucking Harambe in them?
Yes.
Maybe.
I
Yeah,
don't
why
know.
not?
I mean,
Why
at
not?
the least, history textbooks already have they have screenshots of videos, and a lot of these textbooks literally just have printed in there, click the link to watch the video.
Oh, that's funny.
They
Like
already
school
have that.
Like middle school textbooks?
Every variety of textbook already has that.
Because they have a digital copy that they didn't modify when they printed it.
Uh-huh.
Alright. So there's some kid sitting somewhere with a textbook open like, God damn it, HTTPS://
Yes, they will type
www.
them out, and it's remarkable.
And why did the video got taken down in the meantime?
Dear Lord, who's got the endless microwave?
Okay, so I wasn't the only one hearing a microwave.
Yeah, no, I heard it too.
Okay, I'm actually gonna go check my microwave now. I don't think I put anything in it.
I don't hear any microwave. Wait, now I hear it. That's coming from Moriarty.
Wait, what?
That's coming from the endless microwave is coming from you.
Oh, what? I haven't heard the microwave go off in here.
Turns out it's Cray's fire alarm, and it's actually there's a fire.
No, what you don't understand is that Cray died in a fire 3 years ago.
No, he's still there. Cray, you have to wake up. They're about to pull the plug.
He's still at the fire.
It wasn't your fault, Cray.
It's not my microwave. My microwave. Like, it's fine.
Has anybody else made like ramen cups but forgot to put the water in the ramen cup, so you put it in the microwave, go do something else, and you realize, oh, there's smoke coming out of my microwave?
No, actually,
Only
I just
you.
put hot water in my ramen cup and then wait
Oh.
for 3 minutes.
So it looks like I was the only one. That's
Ah.
depressing.
That's loud.
Was that a blurb?
No, I heard a beep, beep, beep.
Yeah, I heard it too, but that wasn't Twitch?
I don't think so.
That wasn't me.
Okay, that's him.
Oh,
I just brought
Man,
up a YouTube video, which for some reason there is one that is just a microwave beeping.
Zam.
Whenever we finish this campaign, I think we all deserve a therapy session.
Yes.
We'll get a therapy session from Elena.
That was wonderful.
For the record, I only did those two beeps, those two sets of beeps.
Oh,
Where the rest are
that's-
coming from, I have no idea.
That's bad.
So anyways, Nim is going to be soloing a dragon.
No, the receptionist is hanging up because they said, like, sir, you're not in good condition. We were informed that you are not doing well. We'll just raise the reward and tell you when we acquire your materials.
No, I want to do this.
Would you like a team at least?
No, I don't want to put anyone else in danger.
Oh no, sir. All right, hold on. Maybe there's one that's safer. Like shuffling paper.
I'll help you with whatever it is you need to get done.
Unfortunately, Nim can't bring people through anymore, and the party hasn't investigated the tree yet very much. even though he was told by his other self that the spool is on the tree now.
Time to build a portal.
We get to do the thing?
Nim needs help, so yes, we have to do the thing.
Yes, with a 25% complete portal. Turn it on, see what happens.
Ooh. Ooh. I don't want to turn on the portal. I want to help Nim fight a dragon.
So is she hung up
Or
already?
snap.
She is hung up.
Alright, Nim is standing up and trying to planeswalk.
Yoink.
How many times has he planeswalked today?
This is his first time today.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean,
Because
either
I know-
way, it's not like there's a limit on how often he can do it.
Well, no, there's not a limit, but we had this discussion before where for every planeswalker it's different, and doing it too much could put more strain on him.
Yes. Because he eventually did get tired once he was fighting his way out of the internet. From
Welcome
planeswalking
to the
from
internet.
tab to tab to tab to tab. And screaming at search bars.
Why is he on my computer?
He was on my TikTok.
He just do that. He is just like that.
You have a TikTok?
I mean, I do. Cray doesn't.
Oh,
I have a TikTok.
He does. He's posted
Yeah.
like 4 videos there. I liked 2 of them.
interesting.
Only
I found
2?
one. I found the Tetris one.
Yeah.
What are the other ones? What's the-
They're mostly D&D clips.
No, there's only one D&D clip.
I
Wasn't
nearly
there
broke
these
in a
two?
panic. It was like, no.
Oh yeah, no, there was a D&D clip. There was a, I don't know what that space one is, so I'm just gonna
Space
say Star
Engineers.
Citizen. Okay, Space Engineers. There's Space Engineers, D&D, Tetris, and
Curtails.
oh yeah, that's okay. That's why I thought. That's why I thought that one was D&D.
The one
Yeah,
where
kitty
Kerr was
snuggling
not
me.
happy about my introduction.
Everything is awesome.
Everything is awesome.
Everything is awesome.
Great. Since everything is
cool
awesome,
when you're part of a team.
Nim is going to planeswalk and go fight a dragon.
See,
Nope.
the problem here is that even if Nim didn't need to fight a dragon to get an ingredient to heal his friend, he wants dragon meat.
Good. Name it.
Actually, Nim would not touch the meat.
Oh no.
Nim would not think that to fulfill his dream and to heal his friend, to cook him fucking silver dragon steak, he would not think of that. He would not think to heal his friend via the magic of cooking with dragon meat.
Nim is also post-surgery and going to a black dragon's lair by himself.
I mean, yes, but like,
So,
I don't know, that like literally this is a dream of Nim. Like I feel like he would not pass up the chance to A, heal his friend, and B, treat him in an apologetic dinner with dragon meat. Like I feel like that would be an antithesis of what his character would be about.
unfortunately,
That's just me.
it's
I'm not-
sad time.
I don't control the character as a note, but like that just screams to me personally like something Nim would do. But I don't control the character, so you know.
Like, this entire situation right now is contrary to what Nim would is normally like.
Oh yes, no, absolutely.
Alright, time to let my Phyrexian side out. I need to build a portal, I need to build it now. I need to go after Nin and make sure he is safe and okay.
Oh boy.
Let's go, baby.
Oh boy. I assume he's going to the receptionist, as she did not give him the address.
Alright, I had to go check on paper.
yeah.
Who's going to the receptionist?
Who the hell's Parker?
Sorry, I thought I said Pepper.
Nim is basically going to tell the ones in the room with him. He's off to get one of the ingredients. And then planeswalk.
Markov, you did say pepper,
Wait,
but there's...
wait. Where are you going? What do you need? How can we help?
I need to kill a dragon.
But did he already?
Oof.
Did he already left?
Yes.
Yep.
What? What? Oh,
Turns
fuck.
to Pluto. How do I follow him?
That is... Where's Eileen? Excuse me.
I gotta say, Digi, I love how you
Yes.
actually move their tokens around on the map. Like, you've got them paused there. Like, Pluto went up... We watched Pluto go up to the door there on the map. And then Eileen goes over here like they're having a private conversation. And now I'm sure you're going to bring them both back over to the room. And
You would be correct.
I just wanted noted that I appreciate the little watching
I
that.
assume you do have the map zoomed out, so people can see what's going on.
30 seconds. How do we follow him?
So, according to Eileen, if we go to the tree in Cray's backyard, we could ask it to take us to where it is on the plane that Nim went to. However, Eileen is going to have to follow the Aether Trail to find out where he went. So she's going to have to leave and come back.
Let's go now. Let's round up the others. You,
Oh.
Fox Boy, come on. Everyone, get moving. We have a wolf to save. Chop chop.
I just finished my tea.
God damn it.
It's finally right. It's finally right.
Take down the recipe, we'll make it later.
All right. opens a dictionary-sized book, flips to a page with a little room in it.
No, it's like this. You have 30 seconds or I'm letting that thing out.
What? What's he talking about? It's a fun thing. It is not.
I find it offensive that you use me, my perfect being, as a punishment. They should rejoice in my presence. 25 seconds left.
Fuck it, I'm coming. What?
I would.
What?
I would like to point out the donation goal has been completed. Thank you, Toshime, for that.
That's actually coincidentally perfect timing, as this actually had to do with mole maps. Because Nim, while you're talking to the receptionist, one of the people is coming back with information. However, they look weary, like very weary. All right, we found it. It's on the map. Frosted Mountains. And the receptionist seems to like frown at him like a lot before like pulling up a bucket of soapy, dirty water and just placing it on the counter. Thank you. Here you go. And he's going to look at it and be sad. Yes, ma'am. Thanks.
Bob's still taking his
Haru,
nap on
thank you very
whatever the
much for that
mysterious bag
donation as
is.
well.
Come-
I am very confused about this dishwater thing.
Would Nim inquire?
Sure.
Like, I don't know. I just hate him. I just. And she's just like looking over to Nim and saying like, "Oh, are you not? Are you okay with me?"
We do not we do not treat anybody that way.
Nim, roll Arcana.
Should I
Do we
use the
have any
reroll?
community rerolls?
We do.
Neat.
We have one.
1.
Should I be using it?
You may not understand what's going on if you don't.
Okay.
That's good enough. This man seems to be afflicted by a curse.
What kind of curse?
It's basically the option of the friend spell. Everyone that sees him it's like he has a -10 charisma.
Ooh.
Like, they see him and they just hate him. Like, just hearing him say hello is enough to make them want to throw him out.
That is sad.
Get this man a remove curse.
Understood, sir. And she is going to leave. Oh, wow. I'm finally getting help. God, you have no idea how it's been since I came back from that Warlock's crypt. Oh, hi, I'm one of the adventurers that took the notice to look for these things. I'm more of a detective kind of guy, but ever since that crypt, no matter where I go, people give me dishwater. Even in places that don't serve other people, dishwater. I go to the bank, dishwater. I don't understand. How does everyone just have this ready?
Well, we'll get you help now.
Thank you. I hate living like this, but when I ask people for help, they just hate me and give me dishwater. They wash dishes just to give me the water.
Obviously, he just needs the tender, loving mercies of Phyrexia, because under Phyrexia, he wouldn't suffer like this. He would be a welcomed member of all of us.
Yeah, Nim's going to the dragon.
I have a suspicion that they'd still give me dishwater. I don't know how. They would make me dishwater. They
Who make you dishwater? That is your state of being.
That's some good soup.
just blend him into liquid. Use him to wash dishes.
Cast Baleful Polymorph, turn him into dishwater.
Form of water.
Wait. Actually, I've located another ingredient. Have you heard of the Millennium Lily?
As Nim?
Yes. It is a flower that has somehow survived for, well, a millennium, and is always in a perpetual flower field, but only one of these flowers is the lily. But you can tell it's there because the flower field will always remain, despite the season, exactly the same. It's usually in elven territory, however.
Oh.
but the flower has been found. It's just that finding it and getting it without incurring the wrath is probably going to be difficult. However, he is going to give you its location and then say, "So I hear you've got new powers. Perhaps if you just take it and leave before they can do anything, it'd be fine."
That's the plan.
Cool. Here you go, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll finally get something other than dishwater.
If they don't get that remove curse for you, you can just call me through the Marten and I will make sure that it happens.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You hear that, Marten? And the Marten throws a bit of dishwater at him. Wow.
And Nim is
With a
planeswalking to
tiny
the location.
With a tiny cup. I hope you enjoyed the scene and they lead to another ingredient. What fortuitous timing that was.
Yeah. How many ingredients are there?
There are 8.
Ah. Well, Nim's going off to gather this one.
Yep. And it was a most recent discovery. Only one is left undiscovered at the moment because of rolls in the background. And the guild basically emptying its coffers for these things. Alright, you are in a field of lilies. White lilies.
I figure we can go back to the rest of the group for now.
Yep, as Nim rolls nature to try to determine which one is the special one.
A resplendent offering.
My word.
What
Uh-oh.
happened?
Jaffer,
I heard
thank you very
Jaff.
much for that donation.
Holy smokes,
Whoa.
another donation!
Wait.
The donation
you.
goal has been completed twice now.
Oh,
Holy smokes!
well.
I didn't
What?
even really... I was working on getting to updating the donation goal on the stream, but I still really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Jaffer, you mad lad.
He is
Thank
mad.
you.
I mean, like, oh no, the man's curse has been doubled. He will now be drowned in dishwater.
Or you
Worry
can give a
not.
different one.
No,
We
no,
of the
no.
Phyrexian Collective, we of the Machine Orthodoxy, can ensure that such things will not happen, that you will be able to breathe underwater. Worry not.
However, this will reveal the location of the last thing. Probably at the guild while Nim is searching for Lily. Anyway, back to the others as Eileen leaves and comes back to determine, well, I have the location. We'll just need to go to the tree in Cray's backyard. Is everyone ready then?
Let's hurry up, everyone. Let's go. He needs us.
He definitely does.
March, 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 march.
Alright, now let me pull up the next image.
Cub has to wake up from his nap.
Yes.
Okie dokie.
And engage. Next map. And engage.
House.
To the tree.
To the backyard. And I'll just drop everyone in the backyard. You can probably tell where that. You can probably tell from the giant tree thing.
Yes.
I mean, if they're just going to use it to travel, I don't know if they really need to be dropped onto the map.
Fair enough.
Because that is... I know with the lag, it's a bit of work for you.
Well, at least we can show off Cray's house once more.
Yay!
That is never a bad thing.
I made this.
You did. He made it.
Nim takes it. I made this.
No!
I made this. Takes holds for 2 seconds. I made this. Don't worry. Someday when Nim gets his own house, he can offer me a map that shows his ideal version of a house.
If Nim sticks around.
And becomes a homeowner.
That too.
Nim, we can be roommates.
Okay, Nim is going to planeswalk to the deepest, darkest void he can find.
Oh,
You implode because you planeswalk directly into a black hole.
A simple note would have
Perfect.
been nice too.
Raylo, friend, hello.
Friend, hello!
I mean, you do discover Raylo at the tree. Haha! Hello! I see we're going on an adventure, and what a lovely cast of characters! Everyone is immediately on the defense. Now. Just do your business. I will be here. The tree doesn't like me for some reason. I think it has gotten an unfavorable impression of me from somewhere. I can't imagine why. It's not like I incinerated a portion of it by throwing it into the sun. Wait,
Kamachida.
I did. Never mind. Good day!
Markov's gonna go give Nim a hug. Thanks for bringing him back, buddy.
Nim is not there.
Oh, that's right.
You are in the backyard to get to Nim.
All right,
I thought Nim
focus
came with.
on how do we use this tree to get to Nim?
I thought
Oh.
Nim had to use it.
The tree has the ability. However, yes, that is going to be a
Do we still have
thing
to wear
because
hazmat suits with the tree?
no, the backyard
Okay.
has been made safe.
Okay.
Oh, well, it's quite simple, you see. Just put your hand on the trunk and it will talk to you, and maybe, if you're nice to it, it'll let you through.
Rouse will
Well-
step forward to put his hand on the tree.
Alamin does the same.
By the way, Markov, your hammock smelled slightly different.
Someone else has been in your hammock. Someone else.
I put my hand on the
Denver's-
tree.
There is black fur in your hammock. There's
Someone's been
Horrible.
sleeping in my hammock. Someone's been sleeping in my hammock. Someone's been sleeping in my hammock.
And they're still there.
Zevran is in the hammock once more. No, I get it. Totally comfy. Cray, my hammock, Markov.
Our hammock.
My hammock. Now Zevran, my hammock.
Our hammock, comrade.
Hey, ho, here, I'll say. Anyway, the tree. US, not puppy.
Markov also puts his hand on the tree.
Yeah, I give the tree a nice little sensual rub.
Please, we need your help. Nim has run off to try to fight a dragon on his own, and he needs our help. But we can't follow him to where he went. I
I need
asked-
to put your hand on the tree.
Yes.
And listens to the conversation before offering the plane that he has gone to. Ah, yes. Puppy is in trouble?
Yes.
Oh no. Okay.
Tree's French.
I send. What dialect is that? He has been to many places. Collected dialect.
We.
No, bad. Not you. Everyone but you.
Oh. Good luck, friends. Sorry for offending the tree. I wish you all on your best adventure.
I joke, I send you first. As
Wait,
Markov
what?
vanishes. I joke, I send
No, God, please.
you. Oh. And you are all dropped in Mulemaster. And you I do not have a map of Mulemaster.
Toto, we're not in Kansas anymore.
Alright. How do we find him?
Eileen steps around. Ah, he planeswalked again. Well, there's only one tree per plane. So I guess we're going to find out where he went and either walk it or portal again. However, if it's multi-plane transport, then I can do something about that. You see, there's more than one of me, and I have an interesting feature, we can say.
Alright.
I can act as relay points.
One of his hands starts going up, reaching towards her, before the other one comes up and pulls it down, and then slowly comes back up again before he pulls it back down again with his other hand.
Unfortunately, I have to be the one to give permission. So, sorry to disappoint. You would also need another one of me over there and have my approval. However, how does other Rowless feel about this construct of both metal and flesh?
Truly, it is but inches from perfection. All it needs is the blessed oil to complete its conversion to perfection. It is almost there. Must be screaming out for our blessed touch.
Blessed oil?
Elemi is gonna slap. Elemi is gonna slap Brelas.
Sorry about that. He slipped out.
Eileen seems confused. Blessed oil? My oil's just fine. What? Zevran, don't worry about her, dear. Just keep doing you.
No, the blessed oil, the true oil that completes us.
Elemi is gonna slapping again.
This truly is like Wizard of Oz. Rallis is the Tin Man.
Sorry. It's like, imagine for a moment the one thing you want more than anything else standing right in front of you.
Yeah, Eileen does sort of fit the bill. She's like just about an instant transportation device.
Yeah. And she's already almost perfect.
She
It's
is both undead and metal. And
truly
mechanical.
a most blessed being, perhaps created by one of our forebears on another plane. Truly, this being must know perfection. To abandon it would be heretical.
Raylel suddenly behind her. No, she's my prized work. What do you think?
You
Sorry.
created this creature?
Well, I was struck by inspiration, you say. I couldn't say no. He stole me from a grave.
Your knowledge would revolutionize Phyrexia. You would be a being known throughout the entire multiverse. Truly,
Phyrexia? Why, that sounds delightful. No, no. And this time Zevran steps up to starts pushing him away. Oh, that's not a gamble I'm going to take. That's no. Okay, that's too much. Get out of here, you.
but he's but a poor child that needs guidance.
Markov, your teachers are going to be abducted. You strike him. Strike him. Your teachers.
Why am I striking?
Brelas, are you sure you're in control?
We're in a wrestling match right now. This is like, think of a living man
His desire is so strong right now.
like, this is like the Holy Grail. Element, this is like you meeting your god.
Oh,
Ding,
I
ding.
see.
You would do anything to like take one more step forward.
Like, this is meeting your god in the flesh. And basically the god going, hey, I made this thing that's almost exactly like you in the way that you absolutely love, and I'm almost just like you. I'm just missing a little bit.
All
And
right.
I'm interested in you.
Rylos, let me ask you a question.
Yes?
If you were to fall asleep, will that other you also fall asleep?
Actually, Elena, could you do that thing you said you do? The mana drain? Yes, that. Please, I think that might help. Well, alright. Rallis, this might be the worst.
No, it's okay. I have it under control.
You
Oh,
haven't
okay
you haven't answered my question.
Okay.
I don't know because I haven't tried sleeping yet, so I can't actually give an answer without possibly lying.
This might be...
Okay, fair enough. I guess it's something to try out later.
Don't try to solve this issue for him, though. He needs to gather his own strength.
It won't, but I think he needs help. Either way.
I'm okay. I'm focusing on Nim. Nim needs us right now.
Let's see the.
He also could use a couple of laser blasters, some upgraded titanium claws that can cut through most types of steel, perhaps some dark steel armor interlaced within his fur as well.
Rallis,
Six
could you give
legs,
me a
robot
Constitution
legs.
saving throw?
Oh god, that's actually really good for him. That's really good for him.
I don't see a roll.
No, I mean like his is really good.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
nice.
Damn, +8.
That's crazy.
That's one of his good saves, and he has a con of 18.
Nice.
Very cold water is dumped over Rallis. That kind of
Ah,
smells and is a little soapy.
that was uncalled for.
There's a guild receptionist. I don't know why, but I didn't know what to do with it after that other man was cured. So I saw you mumbling over here like a madman, actively being slapped and restrained by others. So take that, I guess.
Okay, I'm sorry, lost focus a little bit. We're looking for Nim.
And then
We believe
Rallis
he's in
gets
danger.
the curse.
The curse of dishwater. Everywhere I go, dishwater.
I feel like at some point there's just going to be a scene where the entire party is kicking Rallis on the ground as he's curled up in a ball, just trying to make the Phyrexian shut up.
Can you tell us where Nim went? We're worried about him. We're his friends.
When you said that, I couldn't help but imagine that one scene from Jojo Bentoreo.
Yeah,
The
basically that
enemy.
scene. Basically
The
that
enemy.
scene. Krieg sips his tea, then joins in. Anyways.
Fantastic. Anyway. Well, he was actually asking about some of the required ingredients to help with something. I was just given a list of very exorbitant ingredients. Ah, yes, they're for helping Silver. Oh, okay, I get it now. Oh, I see. So that's what this is about. I was wondering why you were asking for. Well, I told him that we recently discovered one that was in a Black Dragon's domain, and I don't see where he's gone. I didn't tell him where it was. Oh, hello. I know where he is. Oh, you're right. Dishwater guy. I have a name. You're dishwater guy. You suck. Can you call me something else? I'm going to call you Bucket. Okay. As Bucket informs the party that he told Nim where a Millennium Lily was and then watched him vanish into the air.
So where is this Millennium Lily?
It's in the Elven territory.
How long
in
would it take? How long would it take to get there, on foot, or any other, or on some kind of transportation?
You'd be going for several weeks. I don't know how he did that. Ma'am? Oh, don't worry, don't mind me. Eileen says that there is 2 of her now. I just brought a spare.
Eileen,
Ralph's head starts looking over slowly before he moves up and pushes him back to focus on the other one.
Raylo just shakes his head. Oh, she used to be so much more beautiful than this, but then they ripped her apart into these small bodies. It's efficient, sir. It used to be so much better.
how did that? I still wonder how did that even happen? How do you rip apart a person and then make multiple copies of her?
It's quite simple, actually. What you do is you take pieces from multiple bodies, or you use machinery in order to take over for the flesh that you replace.
Explain it to me.
Eileen does seem to look away a moment and said, "I may have done some things I'm no longer proud of."
I may have posted something in the Guild Tails D&D chat.
I'd be worried. You're saying it weird. It's scary.
You see these, and she taps each gear behind her head. This was a person once.
It is absolutely beautiful. Breathtaking, even.
Oh,
I believe I have just been told that because of his his mortal side, since he's not technically a full Phyrexian, I think Phyrexian Hootie is in love with her now.
oh no.
He is absolutely in love with her.
True. This is a sort of unity. It is multiple minds now working together in a single body, and at the time I thought I was doing the right thing because they were wandering around without purpose or goal. They even sought me out, but now I'm starting to wonder if that was perhaps in fact not, as they say, Daijobu.
As Rouse just gets on one knee before her.
Deja vu.
Truly, you are on the blessed path. You have an understanding of perfection, of the great unity and joy that all beings seek out and wish to feel.
Eileen, do you need a restraining order?
I'm more confused, but this could be a learning experience, I think.
No,
What is this?
This is not a good idea.
What?
Whatever he's telling you, it is not a good idea. Please stay away from this man.
Oh no, I'm not learning from him. I'm just like this. I've never gotten this attention before, and I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what to do.
I don't know how I feel about this. I thought I had felt perfection, but talking with her, listening to her, I feel even more perfect. I must figure out
Raylo's
how
leaning
to
closer.
this perfection.
Can you make anything? That's such a vague and arbitrary question. I don't know how to answer that. Could you make things with that? I feel like there's an implication to this question that I'm not quite grasping. Yes, I could construct things with it, but I don't believe that's exactly what you're asking. Could you turn him into a thing? I could turn him into ashes with a fireball. Oh, Eileen, you know what I mean. I don't, and I'm becoming increasingly frustrated.
Who is talking with Eileen right now? Is it Raylo?
Yes.
Okay. I was,
Well,
com- I was,
But
I, I was,
just going to elbow Markov and saying, "Hey, Markov,
What?
your girl's getting got.
I'm supposed to go get hot. Why? Why would they
Your
do
lab
such-
partner is being hit on. Your lab.
My lap.
Your
Markov takes a hammer to Torellis.
Markov just like does his like rolls up his sleeves, a
Your
little 1920s cartoon train
Pops a
whistle
can of
goes
spinach.
as Raylo just sits back with popcorn and Eileen is like so confused. Could we not? Nim is still here somewhere,
We
right?
need to focus on Nim. We need to focus on Nim. You can deal with your new girlfriend later. Girlfriend, is that the word for this feeling? I must study it more.
What?
I must move
Say
this
that word out
direction
loud.
with dyslexia. Yes. Go in the corner and do research on the world girlfriend while I take care of this. Yes, truly, I am efficient, able to multitask at the same time. Thank you, me. Go in the corner now.
I want to help Nim too.
Anyway, we need to go help Nim before he finishes researching this.
Well, while all this nonsense was happening, and girlfriend, what? Anyway, yes, my other has already gone and is witnessing him looking for lilies. So, just take my hand and one at a time, and I will send you to the other. However, as this is Elven territory, we may be spotted by them at some point, and I don't know what we'll do in that case. So yes, all right.
well,
As I assume everyone would take Eileen's hands.
Yes.
we're gonna have to deal with it one way or another. We can't just leave him alone.
You could pretend to be a normal dog or a normal wolf.
I don't think he's in the state of mind to think about that right now.
Also that, as everyone is effectively transported to the Millennium Lily patch.
Wow. This place is very pretty.
Yes, it seems to be white lilies as far as you can see.
White lilies?
Yes. And Elena claps her hands together. All right, one of these is the special Millennium Lily. Look for the one with a blue stem.
Wait, how many people followed us?
Let's see. There was Zevran, Tanya, Eileen, Raylel, and I think Greta. I think you also interrupted her tea because you were asking for everyone to pack up. Oh, and Pluto.
Oh, okay. So very much half of the ensemble is here with us.
Yep.
And Raylo.
Raylel's. You can't get rid of Raylel. He is coming because he wants to be here.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I mean, both Marco and Eileen are here. Why wouldn't he want to come?
Yep. His favorite people are here. Favorite people. How could he not be here to witness them?
So wherever the so how do we find this Millennium Lily thing? Because that's where Nim would be if he
Well,
hasn't already left.
If any of you are good at detecting sheer or spiritual energies, that would be nice. Otherwise than that, we're looking for a white lily with a blue stem.
What check would I have to do to check spiritual energy? Is that Arcana?
Yes.
Spiritual energy?
Yes, spiritual energy. Which, coincidentally, now that you ask, is not too different from Ki.
Alright, what would I roll?
You might roll insight, and the DC would be lower. Or what skill would there be to check for key in the surroundings?
Try Arcana just in case.
Yes.
It's up to you if it was investigation, insight, perception.
I will say for you, Arcana with advantage or insight at a lower DC.
I'll take Arcana at advantage. I've got a better thing for that.
All right.
Good God.
Wow,
Well, sometimes the dice gods just want to kick you in the dick.
All right. As everyone spreads out and starts searching, Arcana
Wait, hold
checks
on.
from. Okay.
We had a reroll, didn't we?
That was used. It's for Nim to investigate why the man was being offered dishwater wherever he went and generally hated. He has saved Bucket.
Everyone went with, right?
Yes.
Can I roll an Arcana?
Yes, you may.
Assuming this is for the finding the flower, right?
That is correct.
Okay.
Also, Rowless, whichever side is searching for the lily.
This would probably be normal routes at the moment.
So has nobody seen Nim out there?
Actually,
they?
I would be looking for Nim, not the lily.
He's probably fairly easy to spot as a sand-colored dog in a field of white lilies.
I was looking for Neum.
Oh well, in that case, no, he's just over there.
Okay, there he is. Get him,
Nim. We're here to help.
Is Cray actually shouting that?
No, he's not shouting get him.
He's not shouting get him.
He is like, there he is.
We do have a new community reroll.
Yes!
Nim is focused entirely on looking for the flower that he needs.
I would be walking over to help him look for the flower and completely failing probably at it.
Elemi is walking over to be with Nim.
Markov does the same.
And now rolls from the others.
Well, I did make a roll to try and look for the lily myself. I'm not sure if I got it. Oh, Marco actually got a pretty good one.
Yeah. He did very well. Of course you did. Of course. Of course.
Seen a lot of dice roll from Digi.
Well, perhaps surprisingly or unsurprisingly, as people spread out, Raylel sends a message over to Elman.
What did he tell me?
Hey, get over here. I found a bug.
Huh? Element goes over there.
There is a pretty green ladybug on a lily with a blue stem.
Oh, that should be it.
Oh. All right, you take the flower and I'll take the bug.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Sir Lelo.
No problem. As he leaves with the ladybug.
Does he eat it?
Name.
He did not eat it.
Name. I found a lily. railroad it, but
Let's make it into tea.
We're here for the flower.
isn't
I
isn't
don't
that,
think
isn't,
lilies make good tea.
isn't that what Nim is looking for?
It'd be worth a try.
Oh yeah,
Nim
that's
is
what Nim is looking for. But
Nim is rushing over. Well, I guess since you're all here, it was
Let's go kill
Elena
that dragon.
was going to do that needs these ingredients, right?
yes, that's correct. And we're down one already. That was quick.
Is Elena there? Or
Yes, she is.
okay. Well, I guess you might.
She
as
is one
well
of the ones
gather
that she is the one that accompanied everyone to like, wait, be careful. I'm going to need the roots as well.
I guess you should gather this then.
Yes, thank you. And she's going to kneel down and start gently digging at the ground with her hands. As if being careful to take every bit of its roots. And Zevran's going to lean down. Hello, Nim. It's been a very long time. You look desperate.
Zevran is?
Yes.
The
You
leader,
have only met him one other time.
he's the black fox. He's the black fox, the leader of the ensemble.
Yeah. When has Nim met him otherwise?
At the banquet. Or in Resdora, after you got the room.
Ah, right.
And you also looked at his weapon?
Right.
Or you
yes.
cast Identify on it?
It was also the weapon that attacked the ghost ham way back when.
Yep.
Sam.
It kept it from phasing into the table. So, how are you feeling? We've made good progress.
We found one of them. We need to find the others.
You can celebrate little victories too, you know.
Not until Silver's better.
You know, since we're all here, if we know where the others are, we could probably search them separately and get this over with faster.
Nim is already walking back to the guild.
Wait, hold on. That other fox had a pretty good idea. Why don't we determine what other ingredients we need and
He's gone.
fuck. My gracious, he certainly marched to the beat of his own drum.
And we just need to stick with him.
That is how Nim is. Even being all depressed, he's still doing this. I hope it can help Silver. It will probably make him feel better. Come on, let's go.
Certainly. Just give me some time. Elena or Eileen, send everyone back. Understood. And she will hold out her hands once more.
I will reach out to take it.
And
We
as
all
people take them one after another, they are taken back to Mole Master. Perhaps we can engage with the receptionist to find out which ones are under.
Bless you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. That is probably for the best. If Nim is just gonna go on his own, we may as well help him get the other stuff that he won't be looking for.
Indeed. Dividing and conquering may actually prove to be for the best. However, that being as it may, perhaps he does seem determined to go into the dangerous swamp regions, so perhaps those more inclined to stealth is the best.
If he's going to a place that's actually going to be dangerous, we may as well just follow him.
As long as you can help him avoid confrontation, he's not in a state for it. He may tear his back open and lose
Yeah.
what silver he gave for.
Yeah. Craig, could you follow him? You're the best at stuff when it comes to our group.
I suppose so.
I'm not sure if he needs stealth. He might just need a friend.
I could also take over his body and make sure he doesn't keep running away.
No,
That
will
doesn't
do
sound
more
very
harm than
friendly.
good.
I mean, Craig is his friend, I think.
I am his
Got
friend.
a friend in me.
Sometimes you need to do things your friends don't like for their own good.
Not in his condition. That will just serve to drive him away.
I am aware of that, but at the same time, we need to make sure that he is safe.
Then let me go.
So why do you care so much about Nim?
Because I don't want him to turn out like me.
Aww.
I figured that'd be the case. I figured that was the case.
Zevran puts an arm around Hooty. You see, potential. I told you, Pluto. This boy.
That's very heartwarming, Mr. Owl Demon.
Severn, I admire your power, but I don't think you should be proud of whatever you did to him. With all due respect.
No. On the contrary, I am extraordinarily proud of what I did to him. Hooty can use that, despite what
This hamlet shall not
whatever that was called wants.
I prefer calling
Something
him
happened.
Lucifer.
What did you say, Craig?
We got raided by one person.
Huzzah! I said I prefer calling him Hootcifer.
Lucifer.
honestly, Lucifer sounds appropriate.
Okay, I'm changing that name now.
Hootcifer.
Hootcifer.
His name is now Hootcifer.
Well, if you want to go, Rallas, I'm going with you because I am not leaving you alone with Nim. I'm sorry, but I just can't trust you completely.
Why?
Do you really need me to explain it?
No, I was just questioning you just to see how you would react.
The receptionist is in front of you again. This time brought over by Eileen. I hear you all want to register as guild members or undertake one of our quests?
Yes.
Are you the reward is tempting to be sure, but these are very dangerous quests.
Give us all your gold.
I'm gonna be honest. I really couldn't care less about the reward right now. I just tried to help out Nim.
We will handle these quests with efficiency and have them completed post haste.
I thought we were just trying to get Nim.
He is after these.
Saving Nim.
He's after all these things, which means he will be at them.
Well, in that case, the best
Nim,
thing that I can do is
I assume you would also be here as you have not gotten their locations.
Correct.
Well, you were basically given the one by Bucket, and now you have it.
Yeah.
And he is looking for others. The other
Yep.
locations.
Yep. Which the receptionist seems to have as a stack of, well, each with their own basically case file, as there have been like a lot of a lot of information they had to collaborate, as they didn't get eyewitness reports, but enough information to basically triangulate their location or get a good estimate.
What is the one that is at a dragon's lair?
Abyssal moss.
Okay, so it's moss. So you just need to get moss from a dragon's lair. I can do that.
The dragon in the region is probably very temperamental and will probably try to annihilate you if it discovers your presence.
Then it won't discover my presence.
Then we eliminate it.
No, it won't
It's a danger.
discover my presence.
It's a danger to the townsfolk around it.
I don't think we can kill the dragon.
You know, none of us should really have any like conception of what fighting a dragon is like.
Have you guys ever fought a dragon before?
See, this is
He just kind of pause and cock his head. You prepare for its breath attacks. You prepare defenses against its physical attacks, and then you kill it. I fail to see where the difficulty lies here.
in preparing defenses for those things. I've never met Niv Mizzet, but he is the guild leader for a reason.
How do you have you been investigating how Niv Mizzet fights like?
No.
And I was talking to Redless.
Such things are simple. I can prepare defenses to deal with such a dragon in case we need to slay it. It is far more efficient to slay it now before it grows into an even greater threat to the townsfolk and this world.
Nim
then hear you.
Nim is growling and reaching for the stack of case files.
Sir, you... What?
Walk over and scoop them up.
She looks like she's about to tell him to calm down, but he is also her boss. It's just like she can't really do that, so she starts like handing them over.
Walks over and just reaches out and yoink! We're going to do this together, Nim. That's what friends and allies do.
That's the reason we came here for.
We're going to help you help Silver.
I'm not putting anybody else in danger.
You're not. We're choosing to do this. We're going to do it whether you want us to or not, because it's our choice to make. But the consequences fall on us, because we are the ones who choose to do it, and because you deserve the help.
You know.
Can I steal that paper about the
Where's
dragon?
the next one?
I'm going to check the dragon one.
I'm trying to sleight of hand the dragon one.
Does that beat your passive perception?
No, my passive perception's 25.
Wow! Whoa!
Damn.
Your passive's 25?
21. My passive is
Jeez.
21.
Okay, that makes more sense. Still
Sorry. I saw the 5 next to it and it's like 25. No, 21. 21.
I still want to know how.
I have a feat.
Okay.
All right. Well,
To be fair, it's less about me stealthing it, more about me just kind of taking it.
I just imagine as you reach to try to slip it, it's like just lifts it up above your hand.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna
Looking
say.
over at you.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was gonna say.
Alright, dragon. What is it?
it's a black dragon. And there is information on it in the case file.
And I mean,
How
it's actually
about in Guild Tales, I'll just put down the list for everyone for convenience's sake.
Okay.
No, I'll copy paste that and put it in the text chat.
Also, good idea.
also. If you didn't,
Emblems.
if you didn't saw it, Sim said you saw emblems for the other Reloses.
What's up?
Consider yourself ping. Check the Guild Tales chat, Kerr.
Ah,
Consider
Okay.
yourself pinged.
Phyrexia is perfection. How can you not want... I can create weapons that move and attack on their own.
You're just now seeing the meme I made?
No,
That
I
is
saw it before.
that's
I can
not bad.
create living weapons. I
That's
can
not-
make... Oh,
That's not.
I can... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna respond to that. That's not very impressive. Any cleric can do that.
I can make some cool stuff too.
Markov, I can make you hammers that hit people even harder on their own because they have a sentient germ-like beast attached to them that controls them.
Wait, hold on a fucking second.
I like
Your
my
weapons that can attack, they're not flying swords, are they?
They could be. We can put wings on them.
Fuck
Oh,
Yes, this.
oh yeah.
flying swords. I'm missing some.
you.
I'm missing out on a fun joke.
I mean, no, yeah.
Cray, a long time ago, Cray got a critical failure against a flying sword, and now he's racist towards flying swords.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
was
you
that
remember?
Was that the Lich Dungeon?
Yes.
No, that Lich Dungeon.
No, not Lich Dungeon, but
the,
where we
the black,
discovered Nim was a planeswalker.
It was also the dungeon where
Death
we
Knight
discovered
one.
Sealing.
yeah, the Death
It
Knight.
was, I don't think it was the Death Knight one. I think it was the one where we met Sealing Grandpa.
Wasn't that the one?
No,
No.
it was Death Knight one.
Yeah, there was
I-
two dungeons
I
we
would
went
really
into.
get
That one, and then the one that had the body barrels with the falling ceiling traps.
Yeah, the one with Mitsuden Grandpa is also the one with the worm, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's not the Death Knight one. The Death Knight one
So-
was the one with the swords.
So the first one had the body barrels where we fought the Chimera, and by we I really mean I'm pretty sure Lockett, Graham, and Element.
Wait, I participated in anything?
I don't remember. It was so long ago.
Right?
It was like one of the first sessions.
It was.
Participating in activities that are helpful, unheard of.
There really is. You never help at all.
No.
You're generally a hindrance to the party, and I'm sorry, but you are the weakest link. You've been voted off. Goodbye.
Well, it was nice having y'all. Thank you for having me stick around this long.
Zim, he's sticking around still. Could you throw him into the black hole?
Uh-oh.
Oh, I don't want him to leave.
Yeah.
You are beloved.
Crazy.
Don't worry, it was all a joke. It was a ruse. Lockett is quickly becoming one of my favorite characters.
Lockett's my favorite character too.
Well, yeah, but you're biased.
Oh,
What?
Wait, why did he get thrown in?
No, you need to throw Hootie into the sun.
I'm throwing you into the sun because you're trying to get rid of Markov.
Martha.
I literally just
No,
No, he's being nice. Fucking stop. He's being nice. He's being nice.
I am being nice. Me.
I shared some images with you, Zim, on Telegram because I didn't want to get in the way of the things getting posted, but these are the types of things that I would make.
No. I can't see
Sorry.
it, but I'm already giving you a no.
post it in the Discord later then.
Okay, I just wanted to share them with you, so in case you wanted to share them with the stream. Don't worry, everything is fine.
Everything is all fine.
These are perfect creatures.
Stop talking about perfection.
Yes. Well,
And
no,
at this
you're
point,
going
I'm
to have
pretty
to stop
sure that
him.
you're just gonna become Jin from League of Legends.
Only perfection is acceptable.
And what's your favorite Jin quote? My personal favorite is, "They're going to live until they die."
Mine is 4.
Oh
yeah,
Jin.
4. 1, 2,
2, 2, 3, 4.
Millennium Lily.
Where's the drama in that?
Millennium Lily in the Elven Lands, Abyssal Moss in a Black Dragon's territory, Arandur in a Gnome City, Meteoric Ore in the treasury of a noble, Cinder Hardwood in a forest of base of volcano, Gold Leaf in a dwarven temple, Spectral which can be bought from a merchant that lurks near battlefields, and Drarum from a museum.
How many of these do we already have?
You have the Millennium Lily, and the last one has just been discovered in a museum.
It belongs in a museum.
Okay, Ezreal.
That lightsaber belongs to me. Oh, can we bring back the traitor meme? That was a fun one.
No.
What do you mean, no? That was the only thing that was good that came out of those movies. That
What?
and shirtless Kylo Ren.
Ah, those movies. Fair enough.
The sequels.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing more that needs to be said about that.
Oh, and Luke Skywalker's obsession with blue milk.
What? Oh, batter skull.
Batterskull. Living weapon. When this equipment enters the battlefield, create a 0/0 black germ, create creature token, then attach this to it. Equipped creatures get ++4 and has abilities and lifelink. Return Batterskull to its owner's hand.
Yeah,
Equip 5.
Remarkable.
I know my living weapons oh too well.
Bonehor. Mortar Pod.
Now all we
Dreadwalker.
need is one of them to be a flying sword.
Mortar Pod sounds like a Pokemon.
Mortar pod, go!
We'll make these as our army, everyone, and then no one will have to be worried about danger.
Oh,
Everyone will be safe.
Here's another one.
Stramwalkers looks like a nightmare. Crafted exoskeleton. Now that just reminds me of Elden Ring.
Yep, everything is fine, everyone. Don't worry about it.
He's a fun card with my Is It Commander.
So if we are not going to split up, which one of these should we go for first?
I say the dragon.
Why do you
find ourselves a dragon?
why do you have why do you have
Oh
such
boy.
why do you have such keen interest on this dragon?
Markov wants to use his hammer.
Because I wish to slay it and make this world safer.
I suppose that's fair enough. Can't exactly say that I'm looking forward to it. Actually,
Splitting up may be a fine enough idea. We just have to figure out what challenges each would present.
Actually,
Ray would sneak in and collect such moss, whereas the others may require also stealth, bartering, negotiation, or finding it inside. Oh no.
Actually, wait a moment. Calcero, are you here?
he wriggles out of your pouch. Hello.
Oh, Sarah, what? Do you know anything about black dragons?
Ah, fuck them.
I see.
They spit acid. They're horrible.
I see.
Wait, acid? Does that ruin
What color
metal?
is Calceru again?
He is brass.
Okay.
So they throw acid? What else can you tell us about them?
Will they ruin my hammer?
Probably.
Black dragons are evil.
So
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
So this is one of those evil dragons you've been talking about. The one that
Yeah.
the one.
They're in like swamps forever.
I see.
And they like control insects and like plagues, I think.
I need to step away for a bit, but Nim is kind of going to be dejectedly following the party.
No, this is when we lure him away from the dragon.
I sent you something on Discord?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, I just
And
wanted to make sure.
I mean, if anyone would like to make an insight check to see why Hootzifer is so keen on killing the dragon,
On it.
I will let you determine the DC. Oh no.
Perfect. Oh, wait, no, that wasn't for him. That's not good.
He's totally trustworthy.
Definitely
You can't be the smartest one here.
trustworthy.
Element knows nothing. Can I reroll?
Oh,
No,
don't
no.
worry. They're
Everything
doing
is
pretty
fine.
well.
He
I'll assume a 24 will.
Yeah, I would
and
assume that would do it.
powerful side eye from Greta will be like, you really want this thing dead, huh? You really?
Indeed, it is quite a danger to this world, and therefore it should be
Then you
eliminated.
won't mind if I eat it, right?
Such a thing would be a waste.
Hold
its
on.
scales and flesh are quite useful.
I'm gonna sit down and I'm gonna divinate.
Oh. Ah, yes. Talking to your other,
Yes.
by all means.
Hey, they want to kill a black dragon. Can they even take a black dragon?
With your current party, it is certainly possible. However, if everyone were to go, there would likely be casualties.
That's what I thought. All right. Cray pops back up. We're not killing that dragon.
Why?
Who are you prepared to lose?
With proper work and protection, we can kill it safely and with minimal casualties.
Who
Perhaps
are
some
you
harm.
prepared to lose?
No one. No one will die.
Then we're not going to risk it. At least not yet. If you really have a vendetta against the thing, then yes, with proper time, preparation, and training, we can potentially take it down. I do not feel we are in a state in which we could face a dragon. Given my only, of course, point of perception is Niv Mizzet.
We not kill that one.
He's your guild.
Yes.
He's your guild leader.
Yeah, I don't want Okay, so as long as we establish that we're not killing that one.
I can
know,
only assume that this dragon is likely incredibly wealthy, intelligent, and heavily magical, on top of the acidic nature that has already been noted to us, which, I'm going to be honest, there are very few and far between counters for acid, and the fact that it is a fucking dragon!
Also, Niv Mizzet, whenever you draw a card, it deals 1 damage to any target. So we want to be careful of that one.
Is this an adult black dragon, by the way? Out of curiosity.
The files report that it seems to be a very old and very large black dragon.
That is even
Oh,
worse.
Be right back.
oh,
That is
I was curious. I looked up the adult black dragon stats, and I was like,
yeah. That is even worse.
I'm literally operating off Cray, thinking, could I take Mizet in a fight? No.
I mean, that is not a bad point of reference, to be honest. Nevis is probably stronger than this dragon, and it still probably couldn't take this guy on.
It is also reported that abyssal moss grows in foul and corrupted lands that have been that way for at least 50 years.
Well, it's not that old of a land to require. And either way, I will gladly go and sneak in. I am the shadow. There is no chance that this thing will detect and/or kill me. But if we outright fight it, like, the only way we'd be able to kill it is if we somehow got it to sleep, found some way to poison it, found a way to inject said poison that wouldn't simply just be counteracted by its digestive system or something of that nature. And even then, we need a strong enough point. Like, there's so many steps to killing this thing safely for us.
Ralph will smile. I have a very safe and easy means to do so.
No.
Also, are we not allowed to have Rallis be next to dead things?
Exactly. And least of all, I want to consider what would happen if he is next to a dead dragon.
It is safe, it is efficient, it is quick, and it can be made very useful for us.
I'm not. No.
We
I
go
don't
back
want
in
to
time and
entertain this
kill
thought.
we kill the baby
Enemy-
version of it.
Enemy is gonna come over and slap you again. So that was your plan this whole time, wasn't it?
What's up with Elvin slapping people today? Yeesh.
He's laying down the law. He's like,
Element needs to maintain his fucking his vows, and his vows are I slap dumb bitches.
Elvin, I'm
I
gonna lay down the
slap
law with the
evil.
back of my hand.
I mean, he needs some. You gotta understand. Element at the moment sees Relos as a ticking time bomb, so he needs to bring him back.
Well, if you must be specific, yes, I did wish to convert and upgrade such a creature in order to assist in my mission of study.
You are
No!
you are not getting out of my sight from today on, Relos.
And I also thought it would be useful in order to protect my investment.
No.
That would be all of you. You have all shown quite good skills, and I would despise if anything happened to you.
That I appreciate your concern, but no.
To provide us such a form of protection would only weaken us. And should we ever truly be tested, then we ourselves would fail.
I have
Then
to be.
I can upgrade
Let
you.
Element backhand the dragon.
We require our own forms of strength, not a dragon to protect us.
Element's ears drop. Oh. I You realize that Element is turning into a dragon himself, don't you?
Calcer, I'm helping.
I'm participating. Ow, Pepper.
Oh.
Anyways, Cray is going to extend his hand. Can I have that paper about the dragon?
I will hand it to you.
He gives a nod, and then he starts to just like head off on his own.
That was probably for the best.
Is that safe for him to go alone?
Eileen can raise a hand and say, "Well, I could. This may take some time. I'll gather my other bodies and
You do probably
Shift
just
around.
see. You do probably just see Cray just like, foomp, like when he steps into a shadow, and then he's just gone.
That's right. He can do that shadow walking.
If there is anybody from our group that is safe to be by himself, it would be him.
Are you sure I cannot just have a couple?
No,
That
sorry.
would be efficient.
No, sorry. Not with the dragon, at least.
Fine, fine. For now.
For now. We're gonna have to find something to satisfy that other side of yours, though. Otherwise, he's gonna keep pestering you about this.
Believe me, he won't shut up about it.
I know.
And Raylo, boy, he's got a lot of topics. Girlfriends, dragons, that
So
religion.
Oh.
That
Yes, we are quite good at assimilating and upgrading dead flesh in order to reanimate it and give it life once more.
Element is gonna ignore that last comment. He's gonna ask. Cray is gonna collect the abyssal moss. What should the rest of us try and do? There's the Arandur, the Meteoric Ore, the Cinderheart, the Golden Leaf, the Spectrocroft, and the Larun.
well, looks like these things are going to be solved by either negotiation, stealing, or money, or finding them. So, who can do what? Let's see. The Arandur is in a gnome city. That seems to be as much as we know about it, so we're likely going to have to find and then procure it. I believe that is a kind of metal. Meteoric ore, we're probably going to have to either buy it from Noble or steal it. Cinderheart, we're going to find that.
I do wish to say, for the record, real quick, it is a noble. 90% of nobles deserve to be shot on sight.
You're not wrong. It might even be Milt Didney.
I mean, honestly, it might be like one of those really haughty nobles that just says, kill me now. And, well, they kind of deserve it.
Look at me. Yes.
Yes, kill me. You can't. Dead.
I can't believe you've done it.
I can't believe you've done this.
Oh, fuck. I can't believe you've done this.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll take the noble.
I'll go with you.
I have
Alright.
least compunctions about doing something horrible to them, if necessary.
And Element has the most.
I need to be near you to make sure you don't do anything untoward.
Of course, with your glorious insight, I'm sure you'll notice.
Alright, so you three are going after the meteoric ore. What else are people doing as the party's being divided? Nim, which one would you like to seek? Which one?
Is he back yet?
He's not back yet.
Oh, okay. Well then.
I would like to meet the noble. Ow.
Then Markov is also going for the meteoric ore.
I guess we'll all just go with the mirror because Sim did say that he will follow the rest of the party.
Then with Cray going for the Abyssal Moss, the ensemble and Raylo will split off. And seek other ingredients. Let's see. Greta will likely be going for the Cinderheart. Let's see. Pluto would go for the Spectral Cloth.
Makes sense.
Eileen would go for the Diarun. And Raylil and Severin will go to Arender.
And I guess I just leave it. And I guess I just leave the larvae for later.
And Eileen's going for gold, or Elena's going for the gold leaf. And did we bring anyone else? I feel like I'm missing someone.
No, I think that's it. I think that's everyone. Unless you leave it to Graham for next week if we don't get there.
Isn't Eileen going for the DRN?
I don't know.
They'll be split up and God. So everyone's going for the meteoric ore in a nobles collection.
Except for Cray.
Except for Cray, who is sneaking through Black Dragon territory.
We
Beaky.
Shouldn't be that hard. I am the shadow.
You
This is
are
when
the
Kay
shadow.
rolls a 1 and just dies to the dragon.
Well, for the most part, right now, like he's not even. I mean, I guess he could be like stealthing and whatnot, but at the moment, he's literally just shadow hopping from like tree to tree and whatnot, and like.
And
not
Cray
even
is uniquely suited to this as swamps in Black Dragon territory are perpetually dark.
wonderful.
So
You get a lot of advantages there.
Cray is just teleporting around like a mad lad.
he is.
It's that Cray has home advantage.
And then next have him Naruto run through the
So
trees.
so just for the sake of it, please do roll me 3 stealth checks with advantage.
All right.
I want to see this. I want to see this and be amazed. Ooh. Yep.
Whoop.
Nope,
Here's
that's
one.
that's
That
not
was supposed to-
advantage.
That
That's,
was supposed to be advantage.
Oh,
Here's
damn it.
the roll with advantage.
there we go.
And number 3. Nice.
See, advantage
So really
My
always
lowest was a 24.
always works. Yep, no, you're stealthing through this like a goddamn mastermind. Any prying eyes or minions of the Black Dragon just don't see you.
I am the shadow.
At most, you're a gust of wind.
There's
I am
one who
back.
sees me. There's like one who sees me for a second. I step behind the tree, all mysterious like, and I'm just gone.
Same.
All right. The party is going for the meteoric ore next, while the rest of the ensemble and Raylil are collecting other ingredients.
I was
or
listening.
have agreed to go. Yes, I see.
Excellent, excellent.
Also, did you see the influence?
I did. Yes. Thank you for the Thank you for reminding me. Pray,
Yep.
your short sword is beginning to shudder in its sheath.
You better fucking not.
Well, do forgive me as it starts floating up and out of the sheath.
Oh.
I can't believe it. I'm being betrayed by my own sword.
Master Cray, I have awakened to serve you. I have awakened.
What
And
are
Cray
you?
just-
I am your blade, Master Cray. I am your.
No blade of mine should be able to float.
This
I
will be a
wonder if
wonderful
my
test
hammer could
subject.
talk. I wonder what it would say to me. Never mind, I don't want to know.
I can help you with-
Influence.
Why did you serrate me? It makes
No,
no
all you
sense.
hear is maximum volume static.
Oh,
'Cause- 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 'c
with very faint hints of elevator music. Very faint.
Cray, what will you do? Your sword is now intelligent and flying. And you hate it.
Can you stop flying?
And stop talking.
I
I don't mind the
I-
talking part. It's just the flying.
Oh,
I could return to the sheath, I suppose, but I'll always retain the ability.
Never do it again.
Master, what have I done that is wrong?
Swords weren't meant to fly.
It sounds like a song.
But
like some like heavy metal song.
Yeah. Does actually.
But
Black
I could be
Sabbath
so
theme
useful,
song.
Sir Cray.
Birds can't fly.
Elevation is no longer an obstacle.
Elevation was never an obstacle, he says as he flaps his wings and flies.
I could strike things independently from you, Sir Cray.
I would prefer to have full control of you.
It sounds like an awful relationship with his sword. Sounds abusive.
I mean, he's literally racist towards flying swords. This is something I don't control about the character.
Oh yeah, no. I'm just surprised he hasn't said like a sword slur yet.
What?
I don't
what
know
is
what
a sword slur?
I can't think of any because I'm not a sword racist.
It's just Jesus Christ.
You're more useless than a rapier.
No.
Call him no edge.
Those decorated fencing sticks. Sir,
no.
no.
Call him no edge. Instead of double edge, it's no edge.
Ooh, that's offensive. No edge, no
Rise
edge.
and goes back into the sheath.
Good. And then he continues on his way.
Well, that was an episode.
Oh my
Oh my-
god.
Jaffer. Why you gotta do him like that? Why you gotta
Oh,
do
what did Jaffer say?
No, that you know who's responsible for the flying sword, specifically Craze.
I should have known.
Oh, so it was okay.
It all makes sense now.
Anyway, everyone else is going for the noble. However,
Wonderful.
the receptionist is going to have to ask that you please wait while they send an invitation showing up upon a noble's estate unannounced would be very untoward, and if they want to view the collection, perhaps the noble would be willing to showcase it if perhaps you could assume false identities.
I mean, we're clearly not from this world. We don't need identities.
What? What are you talking about?
Do you know who we are, lady?
No, you appeared in front of that tree.
Mhm.
They're friends of
that's
mine
teleportation,
from the
right?
other world.
Oh,
Is this the noble lady that we're supposed to talk to as he looks over to
no,
me?
this is
this
the
is
guild
this is the
receptionist. The one that basically handed over all the information.
Okay.
This
All right.
not traumatize anyone.
You traumatized me earlier, so I think it's free game at this point.
No, we shouldn't be traumatizing the people from the other world. I suppose I should have said that. Still, though.
So,
As an Orzhov member, I am likely the one who is best equipped and trained to speak with the nobility.
well, I suppose we could just then create identities for you.
Sounds good.
All right, it'll have to be superficial but impressive soundings. Ideas.
I am Element the Paladin.
You are my bodyguard. After all, I am a lord of a faraway land who has come here on a visit. I am thinking of investing, and I wish to see if there's anything in this backwater area.
This is the second time I have become the bodyguard of a lord.
She's going to like point a quill over to Rowless, and she's like, "Oh yeah, all right, yeah, that's tone. I'll see if I can't capture that. Backwater, aka your region sucks. Show me something that would prove this has anything at all."
Yes, my coffers are quite wide, but honestly, I need to be impressed. After all, there's so much land here. I'm sure there can be something worthy of my time. You're supposed to be some noble, some lord of this area. I'm sure if you wish for me to give you money, well, what do you have in exchange?
Perfectly condescending.
As he kind of
Yeah,
just relaxes.
this
But
would do
I'm
just
really good
fine.
at this. We
I'm-
kind of made
Yeah.
it an art form for us.
Yeah, attack his pride, and I'm sure he'll try to retaliate with a grand showcase.
Oh yes, you literally just poke the nest a little bit and tell them that, oh, I'm sure all of your rivals are far superior to you, and believe me, it's like kicking an anthill. We will be treated like freaking emperors by the time we're done.
I knew this was a good idea.
Sorry, I had to step out. What happened?
Rowless is applying his craft in helping the receptionist make an invitation to basically get this noble to show you his collection where the item you're seeking is.
Oh my. Step on Rallis.
Oh yes, I get to be the biggest condescending asshole I possibly can be. I'm going to get to enjoy every minute of putting this against probably a noble who's worse than that. Hopefully. I'm going to feel really bad if this noble is actually really nice and good. And then it's like I'm going to have to fucking shift gears and it's going to be really awkward.
Don't you worry about that.
Enjoy
However,
yourself.
this noble is a rabbit with famously giant red glasses.
I can neither confirm nor deny if I'm going to kill this person by the end of this, though.
Well, you're going to the estate of a Mr. Von Richter. Or Richter.
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 That name is already pompous enough. I don't feel bad about what I might have to do today. No, we need to help them find the good way. Shush, the adults are talking.
Okay, so what is what you may call it?
Well,
what is Markov's identity gonna be? Are you also a bodyguard?
The invitation
Am I a
has been
bodyguard?
written and sent. Now they just have to wait for the reply.
Markov is my muscle. He carries me where I need to go or pulls the cart.
I will not hold you. I will hold the cart.
Okay.
I think you made that worse for yourself, Markov.
Are you sure you want to be in the position of horse?
Oh, that's I thought it was like a little. Okay, no, never mind then.
And Nim is my loyal companion.
He's the great mage of Moldmaster.
Yes, which is why he is with me. Because I am a lord from a faraway land. Obviously, I have such a good personage showing me around, of course, as only fitting my station. God, I want to shoot myself.
Oh, the woes of impersonating nobility.
It's like, honestly, I hear my family do it day in and day out. Now I just want to shoot myself for it. just to save the world, another noble.
Understandable.
Bad music. However, thankfully, it is only a single day's wait as via express delivery a reply is given.
See, this is what you do. You use magic.
Trey is not here to. Trey is not here to hear your
I know, but I'm still saying it.
Demanding that ho ho ho. You think my countryside is backwater? How dare you? Prepare to be shocked and amazed. I welcome you to my estate.
That was easy.
Oh yes, their pride is their biggest weakness.
I am learning so much from this.
Oh, just wait. Just wait. I'm going to have. Remember what happened at the remember what we did at the auction?
Yes.
Yeah.
We're doing it again.
Oh,
But I don't
wonderful.
want to go. No,
Yeah.
I learned my lesson last time. Now this is the rail. That's awesome. Not. I'm going to turn your bones into metal. Hee hee.
Yeah. Oh, what fun I shall have breaking their spirits and souls and make them weep and despair.
Gosh, that's a weird way to call copper. I don't know where I was going with that one.
Don't worry, everyone. I'm just going to make this noble regret his life choices. For the last 50 years, give or take.
Has this
A
not happened?
carriage is brought towards the party.
What? Oh, wait. I need proper outfits. We didn't bring Jeeves.
Well, I can shift with my outfit. What do you want?
I can wear my hazmat suit.
No, we have a proper show to put on, everyone. We must be in only the finest of outfits.
Wait, hear me out, hear me out. Okay, I have an idea. I have a wonderful idea. We all wear togas.
I want mine to be purple.
There's the spirit.
I will not.
Togas.
I will not
I
wear.
understood that reference.
I will not wear a toga. I refuse.
Why not?
Sure, I understood that reference.
Yes.
Nim, in following procedure, you have had to wait in Mulmaster for a whole day for an invitation from a noble to arrive. Nim is probably supremely unhappy, I would imagine.
Oh, he is. He was very tempted to just planeswalk over there and take it.
No,
Believe
we
me,
need to
very
do this the
tempted.
proper way. Don't worry. Don't worry. Everything will be fine.
Everybody else is out there carrying the other stuff. We're not exactly in a hurry, unless we're the last ones to arrive, and I pretty much doubt that.
Now, outfits, everybody. We must look proper. I suppose, Elman, you don't need a toga as you are a bodyguard. Markov, you shall be my manservant. You are to attend me.
Okay.
So what kind of outfit do you want me to wear? Like I said, I have a ship with armor.
Your armor is fine. You're more for show of force than anything. It's more that I can hire the proper help. And well, a paladin is probably very expensive, so it's a good show here. This is more like looking fierce and actually being fierce.
Yeah, it's a thumbs up.
And you, of course, are my personal scribe. After all, you must dictate every one of my words, as who wouldn't want to hear them?
Wait, who are you saying that to?
Our secretary who's with us.
Oh, she came with us. What?
I thought she was with us, yes.
Gigi?
The guild attendant?
I thought she was with us.
No, she's managing the guild. She gave you information and wrote the invitation.
Oh, never mind.
Well, wrote what was needed to get an invitation from him.
Alright, everyone, to the cart. We must ensure that
Alright, so you've got a
Yes.
bodyguard, a manservant, and the mage of Maltmaster.
Of course.
Actually, I believe it was Archmage. I could remember correctly. It
I
was
don't
the title,
believe that's an official designation.
Yeah, it was just the title that I was just thinking of the title that Nim used when we went to the lemonade
Auction.
competition. Yeah. Well, yeah, both of those. I was trying to recall what exactly it was. I believe it was Archmage of Master.
What fun we will have. Don't worry, Nim, we will make sure that we get the piece that we need for your for silver.
Thanks,
I
indeed.
really, really hope so.
Or Nim is going to be very, very unhappy.
Nim will be very naughty.
Oh, you just quoted Courage the Cowardly Dog.
Yes.
Return the slab.
Oh, in there.
The man
Return
got
the
us. The man
slab.
got us.
You are not perfect.
Now,
Hootzifer has just died.
Oh, you said a self-destruct button
Oh, perfect.
or phrase.
Oh, is that really all it took?
By the way,
I
Kerr,
also-
are you gonna update those the icons on the sheets?
Yes. Yes, I will.
Why are there 3 Rallises? Like, I get that there's 2, but what's the third one?
The other one's his
Rallis
paladin
has-
form.
yes.
What?
His paladin form is he's more innocent and sweet and
Rallis' mana ability
to
is I have more class options. He can change what class he is.
Okay. Gotcha.
Don't worry, if you put him through enough social issues, he might develop something more, or he'll learn how to use more mana.
Excellent.
With every mana class, he gets an additional class.
And,
Or with every mana stage, he gets an additional class.
Don't worry,
and an additional personality.
don't worry. When he learns blue mana, he'll become a know-it-all who likes to cast counterspell a lot.
So mint.
Everything will be fine. But
Yeah,
yes,
so-
He'll just be a normal blue mana player in MTG.
yep.
Yes.
Counterspell. Would you like to pay the extra 1?
Yeah, you
Counterspell.
can't. But yes, it is time to attend this little presentation.
Time for presentation.
The carriage ride is, well, not as fast as the ones in Ravnica.
Darling, it is not about traveling quickly, it is about looking fabulous as you travel. Oh god, I wonder, are there owl folk in this world?
Which world are you at?
Probably.
Or which world are we at?
In the one that it was the primary setting of Fists of Furry.
Faerun.
I don't think there's actually owl folk in this world.
not.
Our version, very possible.
I
Okay.
was gonna say, if we were
It
in
was
Kaladesh,
modified.
Kaladesh has owl people.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't?
Nope. Kaladesh does not have Owlin.
Oh.
Only Strixhaven so far technically does.
Oh.
Bird folk in some of the other worlds, but there are no animal folk in Kaladesh, which was a big deal because of Johnny.
What did Johnny do?
He had to keep hiding because cat folk don't exist on Kaladesh.
Okay.
Interesting.
I should really go and read the lore of Magic the Gathering. The
You can
last
just
one I ever read was the Battle for Azeroth, Battle for Zendikar.
Yeah, you can literally ask me anything and I can tell you it from memory.
Why are we in this set? Why is it all gangsters and mobsters?
I can go into a whole spiel of that, but I don't want to distract from the game.
Yeah, no, don't do that.
Because I can go on for like a 3-hour tangent on why it is the way this is.
Yeah, it's probably for the best. Let's just keep going.
It's time to break a noble.
Yes. And eventually, you arrive at how do I describe this? It
Pre-recommend.
is
Just going to the bathroom.
so gaudy. Actual marble and golden gates.
I feel I have to kill this man on principle now. Honestly, we have the Orzhov enjoy our shows of wealth, but this is just gaudy and tactless, and I feel I will be improving this world by about 20% by killing this man. For his fashion sense and decorative sense, no less.
The gates are opened by guards in also golden armor.
I'm going to slowly look over at Nim. Nim, I have a question for you. This is very, very
Yes.
important.
Yes.
Are all of the nobles of your world like this?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Element, we are leading a holy crusade in order to purge this world and set it free. As he kind of looks out the window as they pass by, is it actual gold that it's made out of? Actual gold?
So Elamin responded to what? To what you just said.
We're leading a holy crusade to purge this world of its nobility.
Elamin blinks. Ah. You know, I understand how you feel, but I don't think that's a good idea.
I give you 2 minutes. But is the armor these guards are wearing actual gold or just like gold plated?
No, it's all gold. It's not gold plating, it is just gold.
That is awful and inefficient.
Yes. For once, Hootsufer and I are in agreement on this. I never thought I would say that.
Who the hell uses actual gold for armor? That metal doesn't protect you from crap.
No, it
Golden
doesn't.
armor?
It is also on the tips of their. It is also their spearheads. It is. They all use spears.
These. I almost don't want to hurt these guards. I fear they have been traumatized so badly that anything we do would be a relief to them.
the very least, if a fight actually breaks out, we know that they will actually be defenseless. Because
This is. I feel like I'm about to raid a preschooler's school. I almost feel bad about this if it wasn't for the fact I know who I'm going to be dealing with, and I'm going to enjoy every second of his agony and pain, both mental and possibly physical.
I don't condone I as a Boros I can't condone what you're saying, but I can't I honestly can't help but understand how you're feeling. This display is yeah.
Gaudy, showy, disgusting. You could be investing this wealth into businesses and profitable ventures in order to acquire more wealth. Not only do you help the common people, but you also make yourself richer. This is a win-win situation. It lowers both the taxes the peasants have to pay, it makes their businesses more efficient and thus makes you more money, it improves morale among the common folk, therefore making them less likely to riot and or cause issues for you, and they can feel happy about their lives that you care about them, thereby making them loyal to you, while also by spending money you actually increase your wealth. Therefore, it is a win-win situation. This is throwing money down the toilet, which, as an Orzhov, offends me to a very deep degree.
I wonder if he would actually listen to you if you would actually told him all of that to his face.
It depends. I highly doubt he has enough brain cells.
Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. We've been standing here for a while.
I must assume my haughty demeanor.
There are fields of hedge art, so to say, before you finally arrive at the manor.
Mm.
Well, at least the head chart is pretty.
Yes.
Well,
and
roll
still-
me perception.
They don't care about the common folk here in this world.
Uh-oh.
So what you're telling me?
All right, Elemen.
Huh?
These pieces of hedge art, they look fine from a distance, but when you can actually look at them up close, these look like ladies actually. Oh my god. Oh my god. These look a lot like ladies. Ve- almost strikingly accurate depictions of women. How much does it cost to maintain this? And that's a lot of
Element blinks.
heft.
Okay, so maybe we should add pervert to whatever this guy also is.
Nim, how many lords are in this world?
I have no idea. A lot?
How,
That sounds like a lot.
looks over at Elliman. I'm still saying crusade.
We'll see.
All I ask Elliman is keep quiet, let me do the talking, and believe me, if this man opens his mouth and be as stupid as I believe he is going to be, save it for now, until the time is right.
Element nods. Go ahead. You're the expert in this cigar.
I feel this man is not going to live through the day.
Finally, the carriage stops in front of very large doors, which are thankfully not gold, but they're gold plated.
Of course. I was gonna say, what, they're made of solid silver?
No,
Okay.
a very fine redwood.
Okay, actual gold plating. At least this is presentable.
However, the plating is pretty much large decorative gold coins.
Element narrows his eyes. You're mine.
with what you're assuming is his face emblazoned upon them.
Ah.
As the doors are opened to numerous maids, who all bow in unison and ask you to come inside.
Element bows back respectfully.
And their skirts are immodest.
Element blinks as he notices. Oh God, I wasn't joking when I saw that.
Hootsufer. This is inefficient, ostentatious, and wasteful. I wish to purge it with cleansing fire. Rallis, I want to purge this motherfucker with a cleansing fire. For once we agree on something. Don't get used to it. This is just in their head, as he assumes his haughty demeanor, lifts his beak, and proceeds to just walk on in. Just snapping a claw for everyone to follow him.
Element follows behind as his bodyguard.
You are taken to the audience chamber where he is sitting on a very fancy chair with more maids in this room who are basically standing around as if decorations. Ah, good friends. Hello. Yes, hello. How can I help you?
Why does this guy get the Relo boys?
No, sorry, I was correcting it. Like, yes, hello, friends. How can I help you?
I need to pause for a moment. Rallis, I wish I had me without my butler, because right now I really need a zone of silence.
I wish
Anyone else cast zone? Oh no, you didn't bring Eileen.
I'm sorry, I don't have Zone of Silence, just Zone of Truth. Do pilots get access to Zone of Silence?
Don't
Oh,
cast
you
truth right
you
now.
look like you could use a breast to which contain your screams, maids.
Rallis, you can almost see the lightning forming. Must resist urge inside his head. Must resist urge to purge. Hootsufer. This being is utterly without perfection, disgusting to look upon, and it offends my very eyeholes to look upon it.
He is a shortish white rabbit with very red glasses. They are almost glowing red. You can't see his eyes behind them. He's like 3 feet.
How many guards are in this room?
You don't see any guards, just maids.
I can't help but notice all of the maids you have for your manor. It seems you take clean
Yes,
hygiene.
delightful, aren't they?
Are these people from the villages?
Of course. However, only the best can get in my manor, and as more people come to the village, I hold my tryouts once again. People who qualify are brought in for tutoring and paychecks. Of course.
Indeed, and how much do you pay these peasants?
Well, their living wages are covered, along with a nice sum of 5 gold a month. For pocket money. For a little spending money.
That's actually not
Yeah, that's not bad.
horrendous,
no.
honestly.
It's not. Like, this man
Isn't-
is swimming in money, so giving a reasonable paycheck is pretty easy.
Isn't like the normal wage for a peasant for a month 1 gold?
Yes.
I thought it
However,
was
he's
less,
he's,
like
he's
a silver
also
piece.
He is also covering food and board.
No,
So,
it's
like,
a silver piece a week usually.
Well, so at least he's
Oh, is
actually
it?
paying.
It depends on what's their jobs and such. Normal peasant laborers usually make like 1 or 2 copper, or no, sorry, it's like 1 to 4 copper a day.
Yeah, so
It
these
depends,
girls are
though.
being these girls are basically being paid on par with like furry artists and stuff.
Yeah, these people are being paid.
Do they do commissions?
Yeah.
Commissions open?
Their commission is
Well,
that they take their clothes off.
they have to
Room and
perpetually be
board.
at his beck and call, and he offered to get some so you could scream into their chest.
I don't want you to take your clothes off. I want you to make me a fursuit, damn it.
Yeah, no, they're getting paid really well, but this is disgusting.
Yes.
In his head, this is absolutely disgusting and wasteful. These people could be working and improving the land, the territory, and bringing value to it. Rallis, the business person Rallis, is very offended by this. I see, and I have come to grace your lands with my presence.
Well, I certainly approve of it. Is there something wrong?
I'm new to these lands. I have only just recently arrived. My ally and friend, Nim, here, brought me.
Vaughn is going to scrutinize the group. Looking at you, Nim, Markov, and Element. Gracious me, there's not a single lady among you. How could you travel without any proper company? Or are they perhaps still in the wagon?
She's a fine lady.
I did not wish to trouble you. I wish to keep my party small so as not to infringe upon what was likely your meager generosity.
Oh. you. Oh, you of the other regions. How tragic. To not know of my land's gold.
Indeed, I am quite curious. How many nobles are there in this area, in this region? I've just arrived and I'm seeking to get the lay of the land, so to speak.
The only noble around these regions is myself. Well, nowadays, anyway.
And just how large is your territory, then? It must be quite vast if you're the only one. Or quite small?
Oh, I assure you, vast enough to support all of my wealth. You see, I needed more territory, just so I could have more space to hold my coins.
Yeah.
Alice, resisting the urge to pitch a lightning bolt into this man's chest. Deep breath, calm, patience, tranquility.
No, and all those
Calm.
things that commoners needed, like fields and things to that effect.
Indeed, the common folk.
So I simply bought out the other nobles.
How do you treat the commoners in this neck of the woods, so to speak?
Well, as long as they're working and earning me wealth, I don't quite see a reason to fuss over every little detail they do.
And when they can't earn their keep, so to speak?
Well then, I'll take their things, sell them, and deport them. And their daughters and wives, should there happen to be any.
You'd keep the daughters and the wives for your maids?
I can never have too many.
Yeah, Rouse has his hands behind his back, and they're just like crackling with lightning right now.
Hey, do you smell something?
I smell my money. What of it?
I smell ozone. What of it?
I smell burning toast.
I can't help but notice
I'm really
your
trying to decide if that is a high enough roll for Nim to actually keep from
Keep his
murdering.
sanity.
I will say, to help out with Nim, Rouse basically said he was planning to murder this guy once he got all the information they needed from him.
Of course, my personal mates are combat trained.
And how are they loyal to you, though? You must always be careful, I find. It's so hard to find good help these days, I'm afraid.
Of course they're loyal to me. Minnie. And he'll clap and a mouse will trot over and he'll pat her head. Who's a good girl? You see, this is my head maid. She's the one in charge of education and discipline. And through
just
her
thought of a-
tutelage, I have been very fortunate.
I just had a really bad joke popping in my head there.
Who do tell?
She's my head maid.
Yes.
Eyebrow wiggle.
Her name is Minnie Holmes.
Oh.
The mouse.
Does she look like she's aware and everything? Like she's doing this of her own free will and happy about it?
She is holding a cold and neutral
Hello?
expression at all times. Yes, hello?
So, I heard of something on my travels, and I was curious if a noble such as yourself actually possess such things.
By all means, name anything. I'll see if it was worth keeping or not.
I've heard of such wonders from the heavens. It's what did my scribe call it? Meteoric ore, I believe, or some trifle.
Oh, that thing. Of course I possess it. It's in the treasury. See, when you said descended from the heavens, I was pondering if you were wanting some of those items I'd repurposed from the churches.
Oh, do tell. I am curious.
Here's to new
Yes,
beginnings.
supposedly artifacts blessed to them by the gods, but, well, if you can't pay your taxes, you will have to pay in other forms. As such, many churches don't endure for very long. Not nor their possessions.
You can hear Element grit his teeth because that made him angry.
Okay, Nim's going for the throat. He
Back
tries to
him up.
hold on, but a nat 1's a nat 1.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I am completely behind you here.
And a
That's
nat
all
20's a
right.
nat 20.
Oh, if ever things were meant to be, because I will say, you surge forward. Vaughn screams, and Minnie just steps a little to the left.
I just imagine it's like, oh fuck this. Raoul starts to lift his hand, lightning crackling over it, and Nim just shoots forward. It's like, oh, I wanted to do that.
Vaughn screams, display the card, and let's see if he fucking dies instantly.
I don't I pretty much doubt this guy.
Does
This
he
guy has
even-
combat training.
Would he even have the opportunity to scream?
I wonder. You probably shot like a bolt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Pierced
And he's going
thigh,
for throat.
quadruple damage.
Oh no. No. Roll damage and he's
Oh,
I'll assume he doesn't stand a fucking chance.
yeah. Usually, like an aristocrat's only gonna have like one hit die.
No chance. Oh
Dear
well.
Lord.
That could
I
almost
mean-
kill us.
Okay,
I mean, I think you forgot to clear the crit,
I
but
did.
even half of that damage is extraordinary.
And for good measure, Radiant Bolt.
You're assaulting a corpse, but okay. You're
Did you read him bolting his corpse?
It's more of a he is doing both at the same
double
time.
tap. I see.
He goes for the throat, and as soon as his fangs are about to bite down, he just blasts the Radiant Bolt right through.
Hootzifer is just watching this efficient, powerful, and dealing with imperfection. Perfection. Utter perfection. I want him.
The land is cleansed as well. The other maids scream and begin to run. Like Minnie is just standing there, completely uncaring.
Rallis just kind of crosses his arms, just kind of relaxes and drops the snooty look. You know,
What were we here
Nim,
for?
meteoric iron.
Great.
Or meteoric ore, which they do have. That's what I was checking with. But it's just like Rallis just kind of crosses his arms and looks at Nim. It's like, you know, Nim, I really wanted to do that too. Fucker deserved it.
But I'm gonna be honest. I was pretty close to try and do that myself. That guy really made me angry the way he talked.
Nimiz looks over at Minnie. Will you take us to this ore? And he's going to wipe his mouth off on the noble's clothing.
Yeah, you might want to get a glass of water to wash your mouth out after that.
She's going to look over at Nim, and then over to Vaughn and say, "Could you stay for some refreshments? Or are you terribly occupied?"
I think we can spend a little bit of time. If it is all the same to you, Nim, I would like to spend a little bit of time here to get the affairs in order to ensure that the peasants here actually have a system to fall back on and that they don't get taken for, well, everything they're worth.
No, don't worry. He has heirs, but she's going to raise a hand. Being that they are not old enough to inherit the title, I could become a regent until they are sufficient. And should they fail to veer from their father's path, then she's going to press a hand against Vaughn's glasses, and then with a little more push, they crack and said, like, well, then perhaps the lineage will not continue.
If they give
Rallis.
any problems, send word to the Mole Master Adventurers Guild.
She's going to take out a notepad and write that down.
Rallis is just staring at her. I think I'm in love now.
But yes,
Yeah.
something to at least wash
Out
my
of
mouth
character,
out would be
Minnie,
appreciated.
level 12 rogue. But fucking hated Vaughn. Like, God, did she hate that boy? But he also pays everything.
Rouse is going to lift a hand. I am a master of business and investments. I would be happy to ensure that this wealth was actually invested back into your communities in order to bring prosperity to the entire region.
Well, don't worry about it. He didn't do his own accounts.
I like her more and more with every second that goes by.
Oh no, assassins. There is no way for me to defend against this. Whatever will we do? Anyway, T. And she leaves. You just make yourselves just make yourselves comfortable. I'll be right back.
You know, I was certainly not expecting to meet a girl like her.
Neither did I. She's gorgeous and wonderful. Also, I just want to say, Toshime, because you said that in the chat, I now kind of wish you could spend influence on that.
Oh.
But good job on that, Nim. Honestly, I kind of want to lead a holy crusade in this world and purge it of all these people.
Are all the nobles really as bad as this guy in this world?
The majority of them.
Yeah. Okay. Holy crusade. Like, I thought my family was bad, but at least my family attempted to reinvest in order to make more wealth. Wealth was what mattered. It didn't matter how much you actually had, it was making it.
You know, as much as I would like to correct the injustices in this world, we need to concentrate more on replica at the moment. The reason we're doing this in the first place is to help Silver so that Nin can get better.
I know, but...
Minnie comes back
So
with a
you
pot.
don't actually care about Silver?
I do care about Silver, but seeing all these people suffering like this too, it grinds my gears because it reminds me a little bit of my family.
Minnie comes back with a small squadron of maids behind her, who are carrying a table, chairs, while Minnie wheels a silver cart with a lot of sweets and tea on it, and also a cushion on the ground. And here we are.
Really?
I hope you don't mind. It is a simple, as you can imagine, a carrot cake that we happen to have on hand, and scones. Plus
Food is
some
food.
Sounds delicious.
plus some nutmeg muffins and pumpkin muffins.
Also, what was it that you asked about Silver earlier, Sim? What did Nim say about Silver earlier?
So you don't
he was
care about Silver?
I do.
I mean, you care about him, and I care about you. That's the reason I'm helping.
She's going to look over at Nim. How dare you? You murdered him and you're still upset about something?
Who's looking over at Nim?
Minnie, you killed that son of a bitch and you're upset about something? I would be exploding through the roof with delight.
You did a lot of good for these people. You saved them.
Indeed.
Before clearing his throat, pardon, I got a little animated.
No, I quite enjoyed that. You deserve it after dealing with that asshat. God, I was ready to throw a lightning bolt, and I would have if Nim hadn't beaten me to it.
Well, I just believe that perhaps some people can take some satisfaction in their work.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Anyway, meteoric ore. Yes, I'll have it retrieved in a few minutes.
Thank
How?
you.
All of it?
As much as you can give us, please.
Yes.
We needed to help a friend.
I'll need a cart.
I'm still
I'll tie it to the back of your wagon.
I am upset because of the friend that needs help.
We're doing this
Minnie's
to help
going
him.
to excuse herself.
No, I think we're doing pretty good so far, though, everyone.
As the maids that Minnie brought seem very undeterred by the body, and some are even just walking over and like patting it down before others come with a large bag to just push it inside before wrapping the bag in a blanket and just dragging it away. Others are cleaning the chair.
I wonder how this is gonna go down with the rest of the people. I might emotionally.
A maid nods in your direction and says, like, likely with rapt applause.
Yeah, I don't imagine that guy was popular at all.
No, I think he was utterly despised.
Anyway, thank you for thank you for your assistance, dear assassins, who will remain nameless and never caught.
We are the brightest color assassins.
That's just what makes you unexpected now, isn't it?
Yes.
I do need to be getting to bed kind of soon. It's already midnight here.
Right. Well,
Yeah.
the meteoric ore is brought and loaded onto the back of your wagon as an additional cart.
Wonderful.
Victory is ours.
More
Greetings and good day. We'll stall this news until you're sufficiently on your way.
Yeah, if Graham is with us next week, I wonder if it will just making having been shown up, having been here this whole time.
Or he could have accompanied one of the other ensemble members.
Yeah.
Anyway, everyone's going back into the cart, and I think that's a fine place to call it as you return to the Adventurers Guild with your meteoric ore.
What about Gray's little adventure with the dragon?
We leave him with the dragon.
Don't worry.
Until next time.
He well, it's not terribly much of an adventure, as more sneaking and being impossible to be seen, as he is one with the shadows and collects moss.
Yeah.
You may do some reconnaissance on the dragon and see if there is potentially a way that you could just straight up kill it. But outside of that,
oh well. In that case, definitely save that for next time.
yeah.
Raid the Dragon Slayer.
Cray walks up to Nim. I killed this thing for you. Be happy, damn it.
Presents meat.
Don't teach my hamster to suck eggs.
Now I can't help. Now I can't
Excuse
help. Now I can't help but wonder if black dragons are poisonous.
Potentially. Probably. You'd at least
Yes.
need to cure the meat.
Alright, we
Pure
have
fight in some
influence that
fashion.
has to do with Kerr.
Ooh.
Oh? I'm curious.
I don't understand. But Kerr sounds delighted, so I'll accept.
It's a Magic the Gathering reference, isn't it?
It's not.
Oh.
What is it then?
1 second.
Participation.
Oh. I see.
I just need someone to set the stage for it.
We have to trigger something?
I would be happy to do it.
I, by all means, take the stage, Kerr.
Are we doing another musical numbers? Because I can't handle that again.
We are not doing a musical number.
Woo!
So, Kerr, take it away and demonstrate to us the minnow.
No, darling. I am Domino, as a man in a powdered wig, powdered face, in an outfit that looks like something out of the 1600s, just literally walks out of thin air looking towards the sky. Darling, I am Domino. I am perfect. I am the most perfect being on this world, of course. Oh my, hello everyone. Welcome. I am Domino. So delightful to meet you all. Tell me, where am I anyway? I was traveling and I appear to have gotten lost in my little journeys. Well, perfectly lost. But where am I?
You are
Enemy is
in Faerun.
Enemy is ignoring the newcomer.
Faerun. Faerun. Oh, yes, I know the world. Oh, not bad, honestly. A little bit stuffy for my taste. Honestly, ostentatious, the whole lot of the nobility here. I don't visit very often, but it's so delightful to meet new faces. Tell me, who are you all? Oh, you sweet little things. You look absolutely adorable.
Who is this person?
I am Domino, as I have said. I am one of the gentry, one of the city lords, I might add. The most perfect of all of them, I should say. But I do like to toot my own horn.
I have
Are
no
you a-
idea what any of what you're saying means.
Are you another planeswalker?
No, I am... Do you know of the Fae?
No.
Let me think. What is it in this world? We are yes, gnomes. You have gnomes, yes?
Do we have gnomes in Ravnica? I can't remember.
We have
I believe
dwarves.
so.
Yes.
Wait.
They will
Kurt,
say,
do we have
yes,
dwarves?
we do.
Yes, I suppose so.
Yes, the little things, who constantly run about doing things. Yes, them.
Yes.
They are kind of related to us. Little 3 cousins, 3 times removed, give or take. They come from the world that we are from.
I see.
I am basically one of the demigods of said world. It's so hard to explain it to you mortals, honestly. But then again, you guys like your logic and your rules and laws of nature and so on and so forth, honestly. It always gets in the way of such a fine story.
We have
Is
morals. Don't forget those.
Is there a reason why? Is there a reason why a so powerful, an all powerful demigod is in our presence at the moment?
Oh yes, I got lost.
I
Perfectly.
see.
I got lost perfectly. That is important.
Enemy
Well, if
clap.
you're so powerful, maybe you can help us.
Perhaps, darling. I was actually doing a little bit of a favor for a few other friends of mine. You see, werewolves, a lot of them. Quite adorable, I might add. They were on a most perfect hunt, I might. Oh, I cannot wait. I'm planning a surprise party for them. But I was traveling, got lost a little bit. I was planning my next soiree, and well, my feet just led me here.
What were you looking for?
Well, you see, I was looking for the tears of a maiden that had never been cried.
Tears of a maiden that have never been cried.
Indeed.
That's such. What do you need such a
How
thing
is
for?
that going to do anything?
Well, I think that if I can acquire such a thing and then crystallize it, I can make a simply beautiful light show by hanging them up in a great chandelier. When the light shines through it, it will create the oceans upon the walls. It shall be absolutely perfect. I'm planning a sea theme for my next soiree, and I simply must have these.
Elmi is not sure what to say. Ah.
But worry not, darlings. You asked for my help. Tell me, what is it you require? Hmm?
Well, at the moment we're looking for ingredients to make a concoction to help a friend of ours. Will you be?
Tell me, what is wrong with this friend?
Joke.
He needs a special kind of regeneration to help his body.
Indeed, indeed. Tell me, what are you willing to pay for such assistance? Hmm? It is possibly within my power to restore your friend for the right price, I might add.
Anything.
I warn you. Darling, darling, darling. No, 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 no. If you do that, the story loses all of its majesty, all of its power. There is no conflict. There is no issue. There is no struggle. And without struggle, well, what are we, darling? No, there must be struggle. There must be strife. There must be battle. Tell me, darling, what would you be willing to trade for this? Hmm? Any of you? For this dear friend of yours?
Elmi crosses his arms. I could. Nim.
Your life, you say? You would be willing to trade your life for this friend of yours. Why?
He's my companion, and I'm the reason he's in this position.
Domino is going to walk over slowly. So you do it for love, then?
I mean, he is like a brother.
But surely there can be other beings that could replace it. There can be others that can be found. Why would you trade your paltry mortal life for another? Why would you care?
Because
What
I'm the
drives
reason
that?
he's in this position. Because he is important and worth it.
But darling, 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 you mortals love to kill each other. You do it constantly, over and over again. It's the same story. Honestly, it can get a little boring sometimes. But Those mortals do not give a care about those they hurt and harm. Those mortals can just carry on with their day, leaving entire towns and villages dead. Honestly, look at here. This being that you killed here was
One sec, I
siphoning
need
the
to
wealth.
switch headsets.
Okay.
Element is going to interject for a moment. I don't know what kind of mortals you'll be looking at, sir, but we're not that kind of people.
Yes, indeed, and that's why I'm talking
Okay,
to
I've
you,
got it
because
back.
you are different. You are fascinating. You are intriguing, and believe me, for me, that is quite rare. I am always intrigued by new developments, by mortals acting differently than I would expect. By doing so, I increase my own perfection to even greater heights.
I seek to make friends. I don't seek to kill.
But then why did you kill that mortal?
That mortal
That
mortal
one was not a
that
person.
that mortal was applied to this land.
It was a disease that needed to be eliminated.
Domino kind of cocks his head a little bit. I do not understand. It was mortal, it was breathing, it was speaking.
It was also
What?
it was also doing a lot of harm to all the people that was living in this place.
It was
Basically,
the epitome of imperfection.
Imperfection, you say?
To the point where it drained away what perfection there was here.
You actually see him shiver at the mere thought of that. Yet, this is not your land. These are not your people. Why care about them? Why matter if this land becomes imperfect if it does not affect your territory? What does it matter?
as much as we would care for more for our land than another's, why would we just overlook people that are suffering?
I don't make friends only with people that I see again. Many of my friends are former enemies. People that we fought and then I turned them to friends. That's what I do. And I would do anything I can to help a friend. And after all, people I don't know are just friends I haven't made yet.
But if you trade your life, you would never be able to make any of these friends. Your tale would end.
But those that I've made friends with would go on. Would you like to be my friend?
He kind of turns away for a second, a little quickly, as he looks at Ellerman. And what say you? You are one of those
Wow.
odd things. Like, what Nim would have seen is he got, like, really uncomfortable and, like, nervous about that question.
What do you ask, Element? Again? Sorry.
You're one of those servants of the... Oh, what do you call them? Gods. Yes, gods. That's what you call them here.
I'm a paladin. Yes.
And what do you think of all this? About your dear friend and his offer?
I am going to be honest. I don't think Silver will want name to go through with something like that. But I understand the reason why he himself would do it. I certainly wouldn't want him to do it though, because I wouldn't want him to for his tale to end either.
And yet you are willing to allow him to do so?
No. I would try to stop it if I could. Because I don't want his tail to end.
And you, quiet one, what says you?
Quiet one.
The other member of the party,
Oh, okay.
Markov.
Oh, that's me. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I just had to go check on Pepper. So, what did I miss?
Yes.
We have a demigod basically here.
Oh, I know about the demigod.
His name's Lord Domino.
Yeah.
No,
That name rings a bell. I just can't remember.
He's in my other games that I run.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
in a lot of other games.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Lord Domino hasn't showed up in a game that Kura's not in.
He's one of the main characters after the people stopped a soul inside of him.
What is Domino asking me?
And what says you to the little wolf's offer?
Of giving up his life for silver to get better.
Oh, yeah. No, he's not giving up his life. Like, he's not dying. There are other ways to help Silver that do not involve Silver or Nim losing his life.
Tell me, dear children. Tell me this. I, in this world's terms of power, rank among at least your demigods, if not your lower gods. I can change and weave reality to suit my whims if I desire. What hope do you have of opposing me if I wish to take his life? Would you still oppose me, knowing it could be faultless, it could be worthless, that I could just end you with a thought? You would still stand against me.
Element crosses his arms and says without even taking a break. Yes, I would oppose you.
And you?
Me?
Yes?
Oh, yeah, no. I will still oppose you. I have lived a happy life. Even though I don't get to remember most of it. But the life I've made, I would relive again.
Bro,
Same actions. I would relive everything.
I have almost broken my bow once, and I will not do it again. My power maybe nothing compared to yours, but if there's even the smallest chance that I could save him from destruction, I would take it.
He's going to turn back to Nim now and approach him. Before bowing deeply to him and extending a hand. I, Domino, offer you my hand in friendship.
Nim will raise his paw and place it in Domino's hand.
He will give it a little shake. And me without my bodies, I have gained a new ally, a new companion, a new friend, and I am without a party to throw. No, 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 no. This cannot be done. I must throw a most wonderful soiree for my new ally. But first, yes. I cannot allow my friend to be imperfect. Such a thing cannot be allowed in my presence. Darling, you tell me your issue is with your friend. He is hurt in some way.
Yes. I was getting these wings and things went wrong with the surgery and he gave up his muscles and such to give me these.
An act of selfless love and compassion. Beautiful.
They were lovers.
Absolutely.
Brothers.
He looks over. It's like, darling, love does not need to be between people who are, oh, what is the term you call marriage or mating couples? No, love is
Oh, phew!
deeper.
I thought. Okay.
Love is deeper than that. Love is a force that even I, in my glorious perfection, am still becoming more perfect about. It is perhaps one of the few things that I am attempting to become more perfect in. But you,
Digi, are you approving of anything that he's going to be doing here?
I. Hard to say, because that would probably render an amount of this quest redundant. But.
I'm willing to offer you my aid, but there will be a cost.
He is the Lord of Perfection and Salt.
And salt, that was very important.
And Salt. Very
Salt
important.
is absolutely perfect, darling. But no, there is something that I require for the cost. I wish to see something, to learn something, and I wish to see from you if I can see it. The cost is this. I am willing to heal your ally, to restore him to perfect fit health, in exchange for all
The
of
oil demon.
all of the memories he has of you, but of your meeting and the beginning of your friendship.
Eep.
I wish to learn if what you have created here is something that is a random byproduct of coincidence and chance of events, or something that survives through it, something that can last, something that can be reforged even with this and regained.
As much as I wish to see him restored, I cannot trade something I don't own.
Then he will pause again at that. Then another, perhaps. Perhaps a slightly steeper cost. If you are willing to accept. The terms would be thus. I will restore your friend in good health, and I will ensure that such a fate could not happen again. He will be restored to how he was before the accident of which you spoke of. In exchange, I desire the ability to take you. If you experience a moment of pure happiness and joy, if I desire to have you stay with me forever as my friend.
I know exactly where you're pulling all of these offers from.
I'm more just kind of actually making them up as I go. Trying to get in the moment and get into his head at the moment.
Was the first one from something? Or no, like, no, you said just now that you were coming up with that one.
They're both
I was
from.
just trying to-
I know I've heard that second one before, but the first one was from Dresden Files.
No, I was actually just trying to come up with these off the top of my head of things Domino would want.
Well, that's the exact same deal that blah, blah, blah. Dresden's godmother made with him over his girlfriend.
Oh,
Don't
I
you
completely
remember
forgot
that?
about that one. Completely forgot about that one.
And I feel like the other one was from Dresden Files, but I don't remember exactly.
Not to my knowledge. Not have anything I can remember from reading all the books.
you may have done it unconsciously. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, no, I was just trying to think of things Domino would want. And actual deadly consequences, possibly. But I want to support Digi a little bit here. I'm not just going to give this away. There's going to be consequences.
Of course, there has to be a
Ones.
price.
Right now, I'm trying to remember where I've heard that second offer from. Because I know
Basically.
I've heard it.
But question, aren't Nim and Silver tied? If Nim goes somewhere like that, won't Silver follow?
Yes.
Yes.
As far as
Which is why I'm curious why Nim's so happy to planeswalk around, as if, like, wouldn't that take Silver around with him, or is that somehow different?
No, it would.
Alright, so then Silver has been hoisted from the recovery bed and is somewhere. Just on the ground, I guess.
Nim's not exactly thinking very clearly right now.
Right.
that's not good.
No, it's not. But, yeah, he's really not thinking clearly right now.
I accept that.
But no, Silver is somewhere within a mile radius of Nim right now.
Alright.
Which-
Probably in the cart then. Or constantly being teleported closer as the cart was moving. Oh, jeez.
Oh god, Silver must be in pain right now. Is there
It's
is there
not
is there no way to leave him behind?
That's kind of the deal between Nim and Silver.
That is something.
What do you say, darling?
That is something that Nim will be addressing. But I know that deal came from. I feel like it was an anime.
Are you talking about Fullmetal
Sure.
Alchemist?
No, the deal of they'll take
When you experience joy.
Yeah, in your moment of truest joy. It was like a mentor figure for somebody.
I was gonna say Angel Beats, but you said mentor figure, so that went out the window.
I think it was a mentor figure. This is kind of bugging me because I know I've heard that deal before.
Nah, I just made up off the top of my head.
I
Even
know
if you
I've
did make
heard
it up, I swear it's in an anime too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's probably a common deal with the devil.
I feel like it was somebody about to die or had died. I'm sorry, this is just really bugging me because it's like right there on the tip of my tongue.
Also, I wish to apologize. I wasn't planning for any of this to happen, and then Domino came out.
Yep. that just be how Domino do.
No,
I
I
was
didn't know
expecting
Domino
him to
came
get
out.
his directions and leave.
Was Domino in the tower thing that happened during your guys' session? What campaign was that?
He's
It was the
basically
one-
in every single one of my campaigns that I run.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a very common character that shows up that the players will encounter. Also, he will encounter you guys if you ever say the P word.
What, Portal?
Perfect. Saying the P word is a good way of getting his attention.
What? Who's Lucifer?
No, Dominoes.
Oh, okay.
Then he'll show up usually just to fuck with people. Especially when he knows he isn't wanted or he annoys people, because then they're entertaining. Because he feeds on the strife between him and whoever doesn't like him. That's how they eat.
Hmm.
They need to make a story of conflict between themselves and another being. And mortals are the best at it.
So it is.
This is just really bugging me.
Yeah,
I am
there's
literally
a-
sitting here trying to find like where I know it from with Google. And apparently there is some restaurant called Happiest Hour, and Google is just constantly bringing that up instead of anything related to what I want. I want to... Is it maybe from Fate? No.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Maybe it's from a video game.
Might be from a video game.
Name a persona.
I know, if I remember right, at the end of the series, it was basically like the person managed to. It's Supernatural.
I never watched the last seasons of Supernatural.
It wasn't. It was like middle of the series.
I don't remember this.
Back in my Greek mythology class in high school, the teacher used supernatural movie or episodes in her teachings.
So
We watched the Bloody Mary episode.
after the original death was replaced. Spoiler warning for anybody there, but you know,
I've
it's a
had plenty
long
of time
series.
to watch it. You're good.
So after the original death dies and gets replaced with Billy, I don't remember. I believe it was Bobby. Or no, maybe it was Castiel. It was Castiel.
That was Castiel. That was the last season, I think.
Yeah,
Actually, I remember.
think
I
you're
think I
right.
remember reading about that. It was the last season, I think. I never watched it. I just heard about from friends who watched it.
I know it wasn't the last season, but Castiel used it in the last season. And it wasn't with death, it was with the nothing.
The empty.
The empty. Yeah, that's what it was. Sorry, I was just really bugged by not. Yeah.
You're good. Yeah, no, it's. I wouldn't be surprised that I was influenced by it. It's a very common deal with the devil.
That was a part-timer?
But yeah, Castiel used it to defeat something. I forget which. I think it was to defeat death itself. Anyways. Nim is gonna hesitate at this, looking at the others in the room.
Are you sure?
Element crosses his arms. You know, as much as this is a tempting offer, we can get silver better by ourselves with our own with our own power. We don't need a demigod to do this for us. I know you want to see.
It would be easier.
I know you want to see silver but get better as much as possible, as quick as possible. But I don't think
I don't even know if he'll be back to how he was after this.
I mean, Elena seemed pretty confident that she could make it. So
That she could heal it.
yes.
I was just watching.
I will turn it down. Because I know that others would not want that to be the case. And silver is still bound to me. And then, like a light bulb going off above his head, he starts rushing out of the manor. Looking for silver.
As you are running out, as you open the door, Domino is already there, and he has Silver in his arms, gently petting him. So you would decline my offer, all of them, for the use of mortal power to do it yourselves rather than rely upon me, darling?
Well, like you said, the tale is important. And overcoming mortal limits is a far grander tale than simply wishing upon a demigod.
And that is your final statement, so to speak. You cannot take this back. You will forsake my power to use your own to save your friend because you believe that is more right, that you should do that rather than rely on some deity's abilities.
How does Silver react to hearing this?
I imagine Silver's still unconscious.
I don't know, you guys were moving around and Silver kept getting teleported to you, so he was like flop, 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 flop.
He just
Whenever he
dragged out
gets
his
teleported,
mind.
it's just that Family Guy dead body.
Yeah.
Motion.
I'm going
And that is
to...
your final.
I can't risk... I can't sacrifice him for this.
I see. Well, darling, you are absolutely perfect. And he is going to reach down, touch Silver on the head, and you're going to see his body just seem to change and shift slightly before he gently sets him down.
Did you verify whatever you're doing with Digi?
Yes, I already did.
Okay.
I already did.
Mm-hmm.
You, darling, are an extraordinary mortal. I have seen only a scant handful in all of the worlds I have visited. You are willing to give up a deal with me, a perfection incarnate, because you believe that you can do it better. Because you are willing to put your power against mine. Because you believe that it is right. It is perfect. the perfect story, darling. And I, Domino, as I said before, am absolutely honored to be your friend. And as friendships go, I would be a poor friend indeed if I didn't offer a paltry gift.
Nim is kind of looking a little bewildered at the moment between Domino and Silver.
His body will heal back to how it used to be. You can, of course, hurry the process along with your little quest. I didn't want to completely take it away from you. It will take much longer without it. But eventually he will recover. But if you require all of the regents of your quest, I can guarantee you a perfect recovery, darling. And I took care of all those nasty little bumps and bruises that he had from those little jumps that you took.
Thank you.
Of course, darling. I would not be myself if I did not give at least a small, paltry, perfect present to you. He will recover with time, but if you wish for him to be back on his feet immediately, you will need to carry out your little quest.
Element is gonna approach it, the scene and say, "Oh, don't worry. We're planning to complete this for both Silver and Nim."
I simply ensure that he will have an effortless recovery. And, well, if you jump around anymore, he will not take any harm. It will be like landing upon the softest, most perfect cloud.
I do appreciate that.
But of course, darling, it was, as I said, a trifle, honestly. Now, I believe I must depart. I do have a deal that I made with a certain band of werewolves that I simply must keep, and while time is different between our worlds, I do need to get to go on. But I will see you all, darlings, and I promise to invite you to my next party. Ciao, darlings. I will see you later.
If you would like, I can help out with that. I'm very
will
good
pause.
at cooking.
He will pause and look back. I believe I will call you in on that later, darling. I'll have my people call your people, darling, and we shall do lunch. As he will disappear in a pillar of salt, which is shaped like him.
Nim kind of looks over at Element. I have people?
What do you mean by that?
Alright, now we should wrap it up. Because while that was fun and very interesting in character, gracious me, that I think that took up another hour of Kerr's time.
Yeah, I couldn't resist. Once he came out, it's like, oh, we're doing this then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh God, I hope Digi doesn't kill me.
What was that?
I was fascinated, and since it did lead to character questioning, pondering, dialogue, I allowed it.
I also want to point out, not too long ago, we literally went until 6 a.m.
Yes. Also,
no, I'm not doing that one.
Listen, I am not the time constraint. It's the players.
What was that last thing that Nim said? What do you mean by that?
I have people?
What do you mean by that?
You still have your people
Domino,
see my people.
Yeah, Domino said he's gonna have his people call my people, and Nim's just completely confused by that.
He meant Element is gonna that. So I'm just gonna say the last thing. He might mean your guild, or he might meet us. I don't know.
Also, I warn you now, Friday's game. Nim is showing up.
That sounds wonderful.
Nim is also still. Speaking of, how are Nim's stitches doing?
Perfectly fine.
That is a great question that I'm glad you realized to ask, because You launched yourself at full force with no hesitation, fueled by anger-produced adrenaline. Make me a Constitution saving throw to determine that.
Ouch.
I am near him, so give that an extra 4.
Oh no.
Again, fucking ouch.
Wait,
Ow.
didn't we have another reroll earlier?
Actually, yes.
Yeah, we did, didn't we?
How fortunate.
Yeah,
I thought we
did
had one
have
that we hadn't
one.
used.
We have 2 of them.
I thought it was just the
That's-
one.
We had 3 come in tonight altogether.
Some have been used. At least one has been used that I know of.
Yeah, I know 1 was used, but I don't think the other 2 were.
You can put me
Times
one.
has Markov today. Let's find out.
Okay.
So that's 18.
Are you content with that?
Well, it is boosted by 4, so sure.
Okay. There is blood coming down from your back as your wings are feeling heavier than they were before.
Ah, right.
Element is gonna crash down at a name.
Nim is just
Oh.
collapsing.
Oh, name.
Don't worry, we can heal this. We can fix him.
I'm not sure if this is much, but I'm gonna put my hand on his head and cast Cure Light Wounds.
I already used laying hand earlier. I can't do it again until I rest. I can only use cure light wounds.
Oh, dude, same.
Right. I need to be
Okay.
getting to bed though.
All right.
Yeah. We can continue with the collapse name sim next time.
Yes.
Remember
was
how I
fun.
said cast Cure Light Wounds? Never
Yes.
mind, I can cast Mending.
Markov.
I remember I switched out Cure Light Wounds for the next spell.
Name is
Cure
not
Light
an object.
Cure Light Wounds is a leveled spell, whereas Mending is a cantrip.
Yeah, no, I switched it out for the alarm spell.
Oh.
So I only have like what would be considered Mending.
Holds hand above and holds ham against Nim. Casts alarm. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Huh. Oh yeah. Element, this is a you thing now.
Mhm.
He doesn't have any more. He doesn't.
Alright, I'm gonna be heading off, everyone. Good
Sleep.
night.
Good
Yeah.
night.
Good night.
Have a good night.
This was extremely fun. Thank you, guys. I should be heading
No
to bed now,
problem.
too.
Alright.
Good night. Oh, there you went.
Yeah, Kindle, most of these problems have been caused by surgery. Alright, so are we
More
keep going
surgery.
or are we done?
We're done.
Okay.
I think that is a fine stopping point. I think.
That is a perfect stopping point. We're back at the guild, right? Yeah.
You're at your carriage, which will take you to the guild.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Alright, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining us this evening for Guild Tales Dungeons and Dragons. I will probably be back tomorrow with more streaming. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Twitter, Patreon, all those things and more there on the website as well as down in the description below. Thank you to my patrons, donators, and subscribers. It is because of your support that I'm able to continue bringing these streams to you all. I seriously cannot do this without your guys' help and support, so thank you so very much. Consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/zgfgaming. It is one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by simply sharing the streams around. Thank you for those biddies, Toshime. Don't forget to grab some merch over at zgfgaming.store, or use our Humble Bundle partner link to support the channel while grabbing bundles over there. But for now, thank you all so much again for joining, and I bid you the most fondest adieu.
Bye.
Bye-bye.